Good evening, welcome along to this very special edition of the MODUS Super Series. All week we have been celebrating our second birthday, and the people of Portsmouth have turned up for the party, Chris.
Yeah, and one of them brought cake.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems to be in the commentary box with Henry Deacon. Speaking of which, he has been going over this week's action and is going to provide you with a recap now.
In fairness, I was disappointed it wasn't a piece of toast. Whilst for Darryl Fitton, he made his way through Group B on Thursday and Friday respectively. He won only one of his 4 matches on Thursday, but he responded in kind on Friday, getting the better of Richie Howson, no less. Well, as for Superman at the Super Series, he made a super start. 5 wins from 5 on Thursday for Matt Clark, put him in pole position in Group C. However, he managed to sneak through by the skin of his teeth. He actually deposed Sam Kankit on the legs 1 column. Meanwhile, for Johnny Haynes, he was the middle player in Group B in terms of the qualification spots. He's already won a week here at the Super Series. He was looking to make it a second time lucky. As for Chaz Barstow, he ended up being the winner of Group A. He had to get the better of Sam Kankit by 4 legs to 1. That was exactly what he did. Richie Howson was the premier player in Group B. He really dominated that group. He won 6 of his 8 matches to progress his way through to tonight's final. But the man they couldn't catch in Group A was the Thorn Robert Thornton. He was in scintillating form at times as he pipped Lee Cox to the post.
Yeah, it's been a week of celebration, but also a week of drama, Chris. I think that's a fair word to sum it up.
Yeah, every group had some element of drama in it. There was a story that came out of every group, and a couple of players that will probably be sat at home watching tonight thinking, I should be there. Well,
let's take a deeper look at what's happened this week, looking at the numbers. 542 legs, an average overall of 83.14. Could be slightly higher, but reflects the kind of tungsten tension that the players have been going through.
Yeah, exactly. And where the groups panned out, there was the odd game that was below par, but as you say, that was a lot of the time down to some added nerves. But the finishing decent enough, 32.18%, highest average of the week. Well, we had several in excess of 100, didn't we? The highest being that from Barstow, 105.5, and we had lots and lots of ton plus checkouts, 52 in total.
The 161 we saw there from Lee Cox as well, that was when he'd just been knocked out. What a time to produce a checkout like that. Just showed his sportsmanship, didn't he? Yeah,
and that's something I think I spoke to you about it afterwards. That's something he's got to look at and look back at, because those 3 legs he went out in 12 with the 161, 15 and 15, and he was out. So he's got to think, what was my mentality? Why did I play that well? And try and bring that the next time he's down here.
Right, Lee, if you are watching, do look at that, but maybe look away now, because we're going to show you the tables from this week. Starting with Group A, Cox had a chance to beat Robert Thornton, and he would have been through at that point. It turned out he had to then sit and watch Thornton survive match starts and missed out on leg difference.
Yeah, it was down to him either beating Thornton, which he didn't do, and then watch Gary Stafford try and beat Thornton, which we didn't think was going to happen. As it turned out, Gary Stafford had 2 darts at tops to beat Thornton and put Cox through, and then 1 dart at double 6 off the back of 126. But it just wasn't meant to be for Lee Cox, and he had to come back into Group B.
Yeah, and we'll have a look at Group B now, because Lee Cox, well, in this group, the top 3 go through, and Lee Cox missed out on leg difference.
Yeah, again, it just wasn't meant to be his week. He didn't get a lot of luck at all, and there's a perfect example of that. And yeah, there was a couple of matches he could have won, and a couple of legs he dropped that maybe he shouldn't have dropped.
Yeah, he played Johnny Haynes in the last match, and Darryl Fitton, bizarrely, was safe in 3rd place, but Cox could have won 4-0 and gone through at Haynes' expense.
Yeah, he had to win 4-1 or better, I think, to go through. Yeah, and it just didn't happen for him, and yeah, it was just a bad week. But that's probably, in terms of sustained quality, the best we've seen from Lee Cox over the course of a week.
Yeah, and there was a similar scenario at play in Group C as well, which finished yesterday afternoon. Matt Clark going through, again, 3 players separated by leg difference. This one even closer, went to legs 1, poor old Sam Kankit missing out in the end. But it was Barstow that was actually under pressure. Clark was sitting safe in between them.
Yeah, and Barstow had to win 4-1, and Sam Kankit wired tops off of 1-2-5. But the shot before it from Barstow, he hit 144 from 1-8-4. He looked right out of it. And then Kankit did get a dart tops, and it literally sat under the bottom wire. And another player that didn't get absolutely any luck over the course of 2 days.
Yeah, it could have been a very different lineup for tonight, but this is the lineup for Saturday's session, finals night, £5,000 for the winner. 2 groups. Will all play each other once, and then 2 go through from each group to the semis as usual. Which one is the most difficult for you there, Chris?
I think they're both brilliant for the fans here and the viewers at home. Both horrendous if you're playing in them. I don't think there's just about say Group 2 is slightly more difficult than Group 1. However, probably the player of the week is in Group 1 in Robert Thornton, who's on the crest of the wave right now. A couple of weeks ago, won the World Seniors Championship for a 2nd time.
Well, let's see how the bookies see it then. This is how they are priced up in terms of winning tonight, and as you just suggested, Robert Thornton the favourite, fittingly.
Yeah, I can make a case for him being favourite. No questions there. We've seen Barstow sort of blow hot and cold this week. Richie Howson's an interesting one for me, and that maybe down the fact that he had a little wobble on day 2 of Group B, as Matt Clark did. And they may be looking into that a little bit too deeply, but I don't mind Howson at 7-2.
Yeah, Clark and Haynes are 2 players that have won here before on a Saturday night, so that might come into play as well. Let's see what Mace's done with his aces ACCA here. Chris, just quickly talk us through this.
Yeah, I like Thornton against Clark at 8-13 for obvious reasons. It's a bit self-explanatory, that one. Barstow minus 1.5 evens. I just couldn't avoid the value there. And then Barstow against Howson over 2.5 180s. I think that's got 7 legs in it. And both players all week have been in stacks of them.
Right, let's get the action underway then. The first match of the night is the one that Mace just mentioned there, Robert Thornton against Matt Clark, and Henry Deacon caught up with both of them ahead of tonight's play.
Robert, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. What will be your assessment of the week?
It was all right. I made it a little bit hard for myself, I think, Tuesday, Wednesday, but I mean, overall, my game was good.
And we saw at times, especially on Wednesday, those 98 averages, then it went into those 102s. As that week went on, you progressively got better.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as every other player, do you know what I mean? As the week goes on, they do progressively get better. I mean, we've seen it in past tournaments, and yeah, I just started feeling pretty good in myself.
How have you spent those couple of days off?
Chilling and practicing. I've got a board up in my room, so I'll go for a walk and then I chill out in the room for a bit and then have a practice.
You've done a heck of a lot over the last 12 months or so, but for you here, how much would a Saturday night win represent for you?
It's nearly an almost every time I get here, innit? I mean, I get to a Saturday night and I seem to mess it up a little bit, don't I? And it's up to me tonight to try and put that right.
Well, we look forward to watching you play. Robert, good luck.
Cheers, mate.
Matt, welcome to finals night. It's been a little bit of a dramatic week for yourself.
It's been interesting. Again, until you yourself come out and told me that I was safe, I still wasn't sure what was happening on the last game. I kind of in the back of my head thought I was this time because of all the 4 threes. And it paid off. Just keep digging in there and plugging away.
What we saw from you on Thursday was a real consistent performance. And even on Friday, even though you lost those first couple of games 4-3, you were hanging around that kind of mid-80 averages range.
I didn't say anything yesterday because it sounds like you're making excuses, but I'd had a nightmare sleep the night before. I'd done the fatal mistake of dozing off about 8 o'clock and waking up at 9. Didn't get to sleep till 4 o'clock in the morning. You got 3-4 hours sleep and you're back up and here. Just fatigue got me. There's no other excuse. I mean, the other guys are great dart players, but I missed so much stuff early doors. And then by the end of the day, I was running on fumes.
For you tonight, if you win, you'd become only the 2nd player to qualify for 2 Champions Weeks since we moved to the 12-week format. As a little bit of that enter the back of your mind, how much would you like to replicate those memories of the last time you made it through this phase?
Yeah, of course. I'm here to win. I didn't know that stat, so thanks for that. That's a bit more pressure. Yeah, again, it's a great bunch of lads. They're great dart players, every single one of us in our own right have achieved things. It's down to the luck of the moment, taking that 180 when you need to take the 180, or the big shot when you need to take the big shot. If you don't do that, then maybe we'll try another time.
We wish you all the best tonight, Matt. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
From the players, we're going to see them let the darts do the talking now. Doing the talking in the commentary box, Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. A very good evening, everyone, and welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. As you can see, a big crowd has gathered to mark the end of our 2-year anniversary celebrations, and we kickstart with the clash between Matt Clark and Robert Thornton. Thornton, the man who could not be stopped at the top of Group A. He managed just to edge out Lee Cox in the end. He got better as the week went on, but there's a little bit of rest and recuperation over the last couple of days. He is back and refreshed. He takes on Matt Clark, who, well, as we saw on Thursday and Friday, won each and every single one of his games on Thursday. And then when it came to Friday, he admitted in his interview, he didn't say it at the time, but he was struggling with a little bit of sleep. And as we know, that can play an effect when you're playing that morning session.
Yeah, I fell foul to that, of just sort of thinking to myself, right, just stay awake. But ultimately, you end up having a little bit of a snooze. And then when you try to get to sleep later on in the night, it just didn't happen. And you end up absolutely exhausted, but you certainly sleep well the following night.
Most certainly, and the good thing is he's had that whole day to prepare for it. Well, Robert Thornton goes off the 4-7 favourite for this one. We saw him get better as the week progressed, but do you think the 2 days off, it's that, I know the age-old question, but the way he was playing as the week went on, will it be a help or a hindrance having those couple of days off?
Well, we've already seen him before on a finals night, and he struggled, and he is the type of player, a bit like Darryl Fitton, that they take a bit of time to get going. So the formats across Group A, Group C, and Group B suit, because you're going to get multiple games. You may only get 2, and if you don't win them, if you don't win at least 1, and even then, it's not guaranteed you progress. So, yeah, he's got to watch himself. He's got to make a quick start, and he has to win this opening game. Well,
we've got the check right there. And you have a look at some of the bookmakers' odds this evening. I think if you don't want to back the top 2 favourites, there's a little bit of value to be had. I like the look of Johnny Haynes at that 13-2 price.
Yeah, I think they all represent a little bit of value, and I don't think there's any sure thing this evening. Quite like the look of Richie Howson. I think he represents a good bit of value. But again, it's all about who gets out the blocks quick, who makes the quickest start, and who gets comfortable the earliest.
Well, it is a part of our 2-year anniversary here at the Super Series. He actually got given a celebratory cake. I've got to try and hide the brand of the Super Ride. But one of the members of the crowd actually brought us a cake in as part of our celebrations. And what a 2 years we've had.
They also brought you a present, which I think you should open.
Here's the problem, right? We don't actually know what's in this.
Well, I don't think it would be hard to work out when you think about it.
Oh, no.
Come on, mate. Get it open. Well,
I'll tell you what, we'll do it a bit later.
Well, I'll give you a clue. Mike Warburton.
Well, I'll tell you what, end of the first leg, we'll cut back to comms cam and we'll open up the present. In the present. Robert Thornton is on 181, midway through the first leg. Apologies, didn't quite see the opening throws. Matt Clark on 1-3-3. This is for the opening leg against the darts. So Thornton wants 54 for this opening leg. This is with the darts. Tops is what he wants. And tops is what he gets for the opening leg. Robert Thornton is up and on the board here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on finals night.
Well, I did suggest he needed to make a quick fire start, and he's done exactly that. I mean, it was great approach play from Matt Clark. He left
45.
tops after 12, didn't he? And didn't get a go. A 14-dart hold from Thornton.
100.
It's the perfect start for him, isn't it?
Most certainly. Apologies for that slight lack of sound in the first leg. We have got everything sorted. Joys of technology, Mace.
Joys of live TV. If there's any question whether it's live or not, there you go.
180.
Do all the rehearsals beforehand and absolutely nothing goes wrong. You flick that live button, look out.
Something about that red light, isn't there?
Yeah.
100.
It's like the gremlins are just waiting. Great crowd in tonight. Even got John Part in the building, who will be in action Monday morning, Group A.
Him and Steve West both in attendance
yeah.
tonight. And I wonder how much that would be a help for them as well, to
Well,
get used to
they
the
both
environment.
wanted to just come down and have a look around and find out where everything is, and I like that. It's good thinking. Do a little bit of a recce.
100.
So you're already comfortable before the action gets underway.
You've got Andy Jenkins in this evening, the king of Cosham.
The Rocky on the hockey.
He's back.
94.
Just remind me not to go to any rap party if there is one tonight for the 2-year anniversary.
Well, yeah, I was just speaking
60.
to Andy. He said he was
Mario Car 122.
out having a couple of shandies last night. Went out for a bit of a curry.
Sure, in bed by 10.
I wasn't too envious. I think that's in. He wants the ball. It is.
97. Robbie
Good effort.
Car 141.
We'll be back at the 25 for a level game. This is, of course,
91.
from Group
Mario Car
1,
25.
which also includes Johnny Haynes. 3 players in each group. They play each other once. The top 2 from each group will make our semi-finals up. Winner of that, of course, will meet in our final tonight and take away
Game shot of the second leg.
£5,000
Mark Clark.
and a place, of course, in Champions Week, where they will be playing for a prize of £20,000 to the winner.
Third leg, Robert, to
You're
throw
watching
first.
on
Game
our
on.
MODUS Super Series channel. Welcome along to the action. Please subscribe, hit that notification bell, and give us a little thumbs up. Helps
81.
with the analytics. And don't forget, we are on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m, channel 430 on your Skybox. Which other platform you're using,
40.
you'll have to have a little mooch about to find us.
Have a look, a bit of channel hopping.
80.
Well, 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year. If you are new to us, if you're tuning in for some Saturday night darting entertainment.
Is it 120 legs a week or something like that? 115 legs a week? Or 115 matches, should I say?
83.
Don't know how many legs yet, do we, of course? Lots.
More legs than a family of spiders.
100.
Matt Clark. And the maximum's okay. But nothing else.
140.
That is a first 140 for him, incredibly.
$82.
Both players averaging mid-90s. Both have stepped up. Love to find another treble. Pressure the 158.
134.
That
Robbie
is a
O'Carr,
super switch from
158.
Superman.
$60. Matt your car 104.
So 104 for Matt Clark for the breaker throw and a 2-1 lead. It's a nice little guide. He cannot find the treble, which would have left him double trial. So Thornton back for 98 for a
56.
2-1 lead.
Robert your car 98.
This is week 6 of Series 3. Here is one by Conan Whitehead.
86.
Series
Matt your
2
car 48.
by Raymond Smith. Already into Champs Week in Series 3. John Worsley, Owen Bates, Yella Klassen, Scott Taylor and Mike Warburton. And in around about
Game
4
shot
hours'
on the third
time,
leg. Matt Clark.
we will have another name as Matt Clark with an all-important breaker throw. A breaker throw he needed to win the match.
Fourth leg Matt to throw first.
I mentioned
Game
to
on.
Matt Clark in that interview that he could make a little bit of history this evening. Now, Graham Usher has won 2 weeks here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in the 12-week phases. However, he won a tour card, so wasn't able to participate in the second Champions Week. If Matt Clark wins this
45.
evening, he will become the first player in the Super Series era of this competition to participate in 2 Champions Weeks.
96.
That's a Thornton. He's had his trials and his tribulations with Saturday night. He missed out in week 11 of the first phase. He lost to Peter Jakes, the Terrier, in that final. And then he's had a couple more stints where he's come back for the Saturday evening session and he's just come up
43.
short. And I know that it's something that he really wants to get off the bucket list. He's won everything, or nearly everything in the seniors
100.
game. And I feel like this now feels like another stepping stone he really wants to kick on in 2023.
Now, if you've been on the moon over the past 5 or 6 hours, special mention to Fallon Sherrock, who became the first lady dart player to have a 9 darter
81.
in a PDC event this afternoon on the Challenge Tour. She then went on to beat Max Hopp with a 99 average before bowing out to Christian Kist.
113.
Congratulations to Ron Moulenkamp, who won the first of the 2 challenge tours today in Hildesheim. And in the semi-finals right now, it's David Evans against Christian Kist. David Evans, of course, a big part of the
134.
start of this Super Series. And Kenny Nayans up against Dragutin Horvat, a name we haven't heard from for a while.
100.
That's the joy of the Challenge Tour. Sometimes you see those names just pop up that we haven't seen for a number of years. And I tell you what, you look at the quarter-final lineup, that was a bit of a who's who of players who have played in all sorts of majors.
Yeah, absolutely. John Henderson losing
34.
to
Robert
Dragutin
Yukar 92.
with 103. Dragutin had 105. But David Wazowski had a good run in the early one, made the quarters, I do believe. Both of those players in action next week, Fallon and David Wazowski.
Some teasers. Thornton
82.
up to teasers with the 92.
Matt
Well,
Yukar,
this would be to
164.
really stamp his authority upon this match, Matt Clark. Not going to go. So Thornton is going to return. This game back up at 2
100.
apiece.
Matt Robert Yukar 10. Game shot of the fourth
Scoreline, which in the
leg.
balance of play is about
Thornton.
right.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with 2-2. Was an 18
Fifth leg
darter.
Robert to throw
Not
first.
anything
Game on.
over 18 darts so far in this opening match of Group 1.
100.
On Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. on our YouTube channel and the Sporty Stuff TV channel. Steve West,
100.
William Ball and Kieran Tehan, our first winner here at the new venue. Adam Hunt John Parr and Tony Wood are the 6 players in Group A.
Yeah, John Park got the full tour of the live lounge in Portsmouth and he arrived early on this evening, and it's fair to say that he really was amazed by
57.
the whole setup, the building, the purpose-built stage, the production area, and just the whole values of the event.
100.
Also in action across Thursday and Friday next week, Fallon Sherrick, David Wazowski, Pete Burgoyne, Adam Lipscomb,
60.
Danny Smith,
Robert Yorkar, 167.
and Lee Budgeon.
Adam Lipscomb, who is in the crowd tonight. Will this be a crowd, please, at the bullseye?
142.
Again, he just lost his way here. Matt Clark in the scoring department. Back-to-back troubleless visits.
60. Robert Yorkar, 25.
Double 4.
Game shot on the
For a
fifth
3-2
leg.
lead, and to turn
Robert
this game
Thornton.
around, averaging just under 93.
When he started the match with that 14 darter, put himself within 1 with
6 leg match to through
a
first.
second
Game on.
14 darter. Have a look at the scoring phase of the match. It's Robert Thornton,
140.
who is pretty dominant. The averages 82.77, very tidy. Nothing wrong with the
140.
86.89.
Well, Thornton's effectively tunning Clark into submission here.
Yep. Clark at the point of no return, of course.
81.
Whoever loses this one, of course, will have to rely on other results and
92.
win their second match. Up next will be Richie Howson against Darryl Fitton. That's from Group 2.
$85.
Do you ever fancy joining us on a Saturday night? Tickets
89.
are free. We're down in the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, London Road. Got to do is reserve your ticket. Like I said, completely free of charge. Doors open at 6:30. Head over to dartshop.tv. Not sure what happened there. Of course,
28.
the players used to playing in absolute silence throughout the week, and although they've been given the best of order, there is a bit of noise. Can be off-putting.
Well, it goes the other way, isn't it? Where you have
72.
that complete silence
Mario
where
Power,
you're on
167.
tiptoes walking around the venue to that hubbub of noise that the Saturday night crowd provides.
Yeah, that wall of noise.
A gentle pitter-patter of conversation. Thornton here then
95.
for the win to get
Robert
on the
Yorkar,
board for the evening.
108.
Double 18 for the match.
Shanghai.
72.
Wouldn't
Mario
have been
Kart,
a
72.
Shanghai surprise for Thornton. He fancied that. 72 for Clark. Couple of options here. 48-24. Single 16 tops. And it's got to go.
32.
But it doesn't. And so
Robert Yorkar,
Thornton
36.
returns for the double 18 to get the job done. 2 9s.
Splitting. 10 for double 4.
Game shot and the match. Robert
And
Thornton.
the decision has paid off for Robert Thornton. You can see the relief for Robert Thornton there, picking up his first 2 points of the campaign in the opening match of Group 1. A 4-2 win, an average 91.05. Very tidy indeed, and backing up his favouritism with the odds compilers. When we come back, we will go to Group 2, and it's Richie Howson against Darryl Fitton.
Welcome back. Opening win for Robert Thornton then in Group 1. Now attention turns to Group 2 here at the Super Series. It's Richie Howson against Darryl Fitton, and Henry spoke to the pair earlier on.
Richie, welcome to finals night. How would you assess your week?
Yeah, I'm quite happy with it, to be honest, Henry. Got late call up on Sunday night, so I travelled up Monday morning. First day was a bit hard to settle, but then I played okay for the rest of the week. Managed to scrape through to Group B and qualified through that, so yeah, happy to be here again.
As you say, it was a late call-up for yourself due to travel issues on the Isle of Man. How much preparation do you have going into the Monday, knowing, of course, originally you were going to be playing Thursday, Friday?
None. Originally I was going to be playing on Thursday, so I would have probably started my prep sort of Tuesday and Wednesday. But we play darts all the time, so it's no excuse really. You're still 7'9¼ from the board, so you should still be able to just crack on really.
Finals night tonight. Every single time you played here at the Live Lounge, you qualified for this night. And I suppose now you'll be hoping it's happier memories of Saturday evening on this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to qualify. Well, it's great to qualify. But just to go the extra step, really, is what I'm looking to do, really. But it's such a tough field. Everybody can beat everybody. No one's got a divine right to win tonight. So you just got to try and play your best darts and hope it's good enough, really.
We look forward to watching you play, Richie. Good luck.
Thank you.
Darryl, welcome to finals night. How did you find your 2 days in Group B?
It was good, enjoyed it. Yeah, it was good, quite competitive, very close game, so yeah, I enjoyed it.
Do you feel like you warmed into those matches as it went on?
Yeah, I think I had a bit of a problem, sticky problem beginning their first night, and it took me a bit to get into it, but once I got into it, I started to play quite well, and yesterday, say, reversing the 1-3 to 3-1 yesterday that's what got me through, so happy with that.
I can imagine, how important was that last game against Lee Cox on Thursday evening for you?
Yeah, it was, because on the first night, Lee was playing really well, and that was a great game. I think both near 100 average. I think I was 90, 97 and Lee was 100, I think. So that was a close game. I got double 16 on my last start, and he was sat on the finish. So happy days.
And finally, how much are you looking forward to tonight in front of the crowd? Nice atmosphere, and of course the opportunity possibly to progress through the Champions Week.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's the second time I've qualified for the finals. The first time was in Southampton with no audience, so a bit of atmosphere. I'm looking forward to it tonight.
We look forward to watching you play. Darryl, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, one of those three that Darryl did win yesterday was against Richie Howson, though Howson won the match 4-3 when they met on Thursday. So who will win their mini-series and get off to a winning start in Group 2? We're about to find out in the company of Mace and Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, looking forward to this. Two of the stars of the World Seniors Championship going toe-to-toe. And these two, of course, had a famous meeting at the World Seniors Championship on the opening night of 2022. It was perhaps the game where Richie Howson made his name when he got the better of the dazzler Darryl Fitton to progress his way through to then take on Martin Adams in that next round of the competition. Adams, well, he just put in a flurry of ton-plus checkout. So these two do have history. What we're going to see here at the live lounge in Portsmouth is our second game of the evening session. Both of these players have met in Group B.
Well, he made a slow start Thursday night, didn't he, Darryl? But he just improved throughout the night and then continued that on from the off on Friday, because our concern was he's just going to run out of time and not pick up enough wins.
First leg, Richie to throw first. Game on. $100.
Yeah, he produced some dazzling darts last night, did the Dazzler. Great to see. Plenty of 180s, wasn't it?
Well, you mentioned, didn't we, on Thursday, how he had just progressed, didn't he, as the tournament went on, and that with a bit more match practice, as he's admitted that he only really to get match practice either here or at World Seniors events. He's not doing the tour like he used to in the past. So I think what we will see from the likes of Darryl, Tony O'Shea, people like that when they are here at the Super Series is they're going to have to grow into the weeds because they wouldn't have had that same match practice that perhaps others would.
47.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see them play Group A and then get the full experience.
$100.
Yeah, these two met in the inaugural World Seniors Championship. Richie Howson won in the last set decided by 3 legs to 2. She had 7 maximums in
81.
That particular match.
161.
Darryl, long way adrift here.
41.
Only 1 treble in the opening 3 visits in the scoring phase. And this is how he started Thursday night, wasn't it? You're not going to get away with that on finals night.
What was that last game against Lee Cox where he effectively hung his hat in terms of trying to keep his hopes alive in the group?
And that was despite 102 average from Lee Cox. Though he averaged nearly 98 himself, Fitton, with some clinical finishing. There was that
45. Richie Howson, 20.
double 80 yesterday as well that was key. And it was a final dart after putting 2 right on the wire.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's where
Richie
Howson has been
Howson.
so reliable on so many occasions.
Second leg, Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Just so steadily efficient, and that's what we've been saying about Richie Howson throughout the whole course of the week.
Yeah, and as an opponent, he makes
77.
you feel like you daren't make a mistake. you can't have a troubleless visit.
You're effectively saying to yourself, you're going to win a leg against this guy, you're going to have to do it in 5 visits.
Yeah.
60.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mentioned to Howson in the pre-match interview, he's been here a few times on a Saturday night. He's never failed to make a Saturday night here at the Super Series, as Darryl Fitton treats us to our first 9 of the night. Not the one that we wanted, but they all count.
Alan did that. Let's hope she can do one next week.
Now you are teasing us, Mace. Now you are teasing us.
Oh, we've had the tungsten teaser all week. Are they getting put onto our
46
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel? Or?
I believe they will be released as they get broadcast.
Brilliant. Just some very interesting stats, isn't it?
Although, do I have to do half-term homework because I'm not here till Friday next week? So is it a bit like, you know,
you'll be in on Monday, bored, mate. You'll be in, hovering around, looking for something to do.
45.
Can I do game 5,
Richie
please?
Howson 121.
Howson 1-2-1 for a breaker throw and a 2-0 lead. Yeah, it might be like, you know, when you've got to read a certain amount of pages in a book
36.
and that for studies. I think it might be that.
No, I don't. And again, Fitton left well adrift. He's in a world of trouble here.
93. Richie Howson 85.
Well, Howson's racing into a 2-0 lead, and the gap between the pair is quite seismic. It has to be said. Howson doesn't even have to think about laying up for the bullseye on the back of the 85. He's going to leave himself double 16 after 15.
So another Super Series regular, Gary Stone. Congratulations to him. He's won the
140.
Scottish Masters for a 4th time today.
I'm achieving to win any tournament 4 times.
Richie
Richie Houson's looking to win
Richie
this particular
Howson.
competition for the first time, at least on the weekly basis anyway. He leads Fitton 2-0.
Third leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
Of course, we haven't mentioned it yet, but 5 of the 6 finalists here at the Live Lounge are all members of the World Seniors Tour.
The 50 and over club.
Anyone who isn't is Chaz Barstow. He's the whippersnapper of the group.
Wonder if they'd have a
98.
look at that in terms of those 50 and over. In Series 3, no player over 50 has won. Gates, Andy Hamilton and Andy Bolton all lost in finals and all a 50 and over, of
95.
course. First over 50 winner in this, 50 and over winner in this venue was yours truly, Jim McEwen, Matt Clark and Johnny Haynes.
137.
Peter Jakes, Graham Usher and John Henderson are all on the cusp, 49.
Teetering on the edge.
95.
Great research from Chris Murphy.
Didn't go out and enjoy the ports of fresh air today. He was busy swatting up. He knew the assignment.
121.
Best form of management is delegation.
Well, this is a much improved leg here from Fitton, leaving himself a finish after 9. Around about this point in the last leg, he was still stuck in the 300s.
97. Darryl Fitton 145.
For a bit of razzle-dazzle from the Dazzler. Oh, not far away.
Richie Howson 154. 93. Darryl 14.
Double 20 was in. I couldn't quite see if it was in or not. So there's a little bit of pressure on the double 7, and he's straight at it. Well, it's high and out the way. Needs to make the adjustment.
Game shot on the third leg. Darryl
That will
Fitton.
make him feel a whole heap better, because that is the best leg of the match so far. And it's a 15-dart break of throw for Darryl.
Fourth leg, Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Now, can he kick on from here?
Just gives him that foothold in the game. Because he was, after the first couple of legs, he was just getting swamped
31.
a little bit by Richie Howson. He's averaging 90 at this present moment in time. He's just, that's been the base level for his week, really.
And a nice message from Elaine Kearns. Just noting that Gary
60.
Stone has beaten Jockey Wilson's record. Jockey won 3 Scottish Masters. Gary, of course, today winning a 4th achievement. That.
Great player, Gary Stone. Seen some great stuff from him here.
Or have.
$180.
I notice the actual bar itself quite quiet during the actual matches. The bar staff are not serving, just to avoid any accidents or
39.
glasses being dropped or bottles, etc. You don't need that when you're about to go for a double. Few recognisable faces in the audience there.
140.
Quite sure I know him from though. The bold fella on the end of the bar. Chubby looking one.
44. Richie Howson 121.
Must have a brother. Double 17. And the ball.
Is he going for it? He sure
96.
was. Didn't need to. Route 1 darts from Richie Howson. Very aggressive.
100. Richie Howson 25. Game shot on the fourth leg. Richie Howson.
Well, the match is improved in increments of 1. 17 darter leg 1 for Richie Howson, followed by a 16, then a 15 from Darryl. And that was
Richie to throw first.
14
Game on.
from Richie Howson to put him on the cusp. 3-1 up. Needs one more to make the, well, almost perfect start. The perfect start, of course, would be 4-0.
100.
I can assure you, he'll be more than happy if he can get over the line 4-1 here.
Although as Tottenham Hotspur will attest to today, 3-1 is not a safe scoreline.
And very much like in all of our
21.
group matches, leg difference does play its part here. So if you can get off to a 4-1 start, it is ideal. If you win 4-1, you don't even necessarily have to win your second match, do you?
131.
Well, effectively, what sends you through in these groups is if you've got one win and a positive legs difference, you know no matter what you're going through. Because if, say, for example, players on 2 points and level on the legs difference, you have a 9-dart
16.
shootout.
We had 2 of those now, haven't we?
Yeah, I can't remember who played in them. Richie will not want to be reminded of that.
140.
Seeing you hearing 9-dart shootouts, he might get flashbacks.
Great 140 there, and the average climbs to 97.77.
123. Richie
Just been
Howson,
too many
130.
troublous visits for Darryl Fitton in this opening match. He's going to leave himself with a huge amount of work to do.
75.
The other player in this group, of course, Charles Barstow. You're not going to get too much out of him, are you?
And he is the proverbial night owl here at the Super Series. As for the owl himself, he finds himself 55
40.
points away
Richie
from an opening
55.
rubber, an opening victory to his evening. A man who wants to finally lift that weekly title here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
35.
Has not got the win yet, although he is going to come back for 3 more, double 10.
We go back to Group 1 after this match for Matt Clark against Johnny
98.
Haynes.
Richie
Just
20.
joining us, Matt Clark made a losing start to the night, going down to Robert Thornton, 4-2. So it's a must-win game for him.
No score.
He loses to Johnny Haynes, and Robert Thornton are through.
No Avakai needed, as Howson again will return for the double 10 to
83. Richie
get himself
20.
over the line by 4 legs to 1.
Game
And over the
shot
line
and
he
the
is.
match.
And Richie Howson, the man who is searching for that first weekly win here in Portsmouth. He's had so many trials and tribulations in his previous 2 finals night experiences, when he wins his first game in his 3rd attempt to pick up the check here in Portsmouth, as he gets the better of Darryl Fitton by 4 legs to 1, doing so with his characteristic 90 average, 2 maximums to his name, and 36% when it came to the checkout ratio. So it's a win for Richie. Coming up after the break, it's must win for Matt Clark. If he loses to Johnny Haynes, he is eliminated. Join us for that next.
Welcome back. Coming next, a meeting between 2 players who've already tasted success on a Saturday here at the MODUS Live Lounge. Matt Clark, who has work to do after defeat to Robert Thornton earlier tonight, takes on Johnny Haynes, who caught up with Henry a little earlier this evening.
Johnny, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How did you find your Group B campaign?
Hard. That was hard, yeah. Went down the last game again, so I had to win 1 leg, I think, in the last game. But yeah, it's pretty tight.
Can that sometimes be as difficult as having that match-winning scenario? Because I suppose in the back of your mind, you'll think about winning that 1 leg maybe as opposed to winning that match.
No, go out to win every game.
Yeah.
Not just worry about what you need, you just try and win every game.
And of course, back here at finals night, this has got good memories for you because you were here a few weeks ago and you picked up that check.
Yeah, hope so again tonight.
And it'd be Chris Mason presenting the check instead of Colin Hammond.
Yeah, no, I ain't kissing him.
On that note, I shall wish you all the very best tonight, Johnny. We wish you well.
Thanks, Henry. Cheers.
Well, it's time to start giving you permutations already, and it's pretty simple for Haynes here. If he wins, he goes through with Robert Thornton, and they would then fight it out to see who would win the group. But all is not lost for Clark. Any win keeps him in for now, and a 4-1 or 4-0 success would actually see him progress. Back to our premier pair in the commentary box, Henry Deacon and Chris Mason, who will tell you why.
Well, I just want to know why I'm not going to get a kiss off Johnny Haynes if he wins. I'm a little bit offended.
Don't look at me. I'm not going to kiss you. Right, shall we get to the darts?
Just count himself lucky.
Yeah. Right, let's get to the darts. The serious business. Johnny Haynes against Matt Clark. Matt Clark, as I say, has to get a win here. It is as simple as that, and then it does send us through to those final rounds of fixtures. Johnny Haynes can end the discussion in this group by game 3 of the evening's action.
And that will make his tie irrelevant against Robert Thornton, because they will both be through, of course.
You can see in front of that crowd there, the bar is absolutely rammed, ready to get their orders in before play gets back underway. The free for the tenner deal is most certainly being utilised.
Absolutely.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Matt to through first.
3 to get in.
Game on.
And 3 drinks for a tenner. Cheaper than spoons.
And a better atmosphere.
Absolutely. At least there's something going on.
85.
If you want to be a part of it, it's dartshop.tv, the place to be. And you can get tickets for every single week in this phase, up until Champions Week on May the 6th. And I'm sure as the phase will get to an end, we'll then release a batch of tickets for Series 4, which will take place over the course of the summer. Think about this, right? In like June, July time, it could be summer's day, you know, shorts, t-shirt, go do some sunbathing, go out with a few jars down
the marina,
beach.
couple of spritzers, bit of tapas, and then head to the live lounge for a night of darts.
And Pop World.
So you had to spoil it. It went from class to classless. I'm trading a Maserati for a Metro.
140.
Trying to account for all tastes.
$95.
You popping next door a little later for a couple of late night shandies?
Quiet night for me. Probably go back. We have a little bit of food, and then I think a nice early retirement.
No, much
55.
Much needed lion, no doubt.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, nice couple of days off. Be back here on Friday night. Me and Mace.
100.
I believe we've got Corinne Hammond coming, haven't we, later next week?
Yeah, I'm back in Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. Make sure you tune in. I've got a fabulous Group A to start the week. In fact, we got a fabulous 12 players for your enjoyment.
60.
I'm in for
Johnny
the whole of next week.
146.
I get a nice little week back at Tivy with the missus, and then I'm back for a 3-week marathon
60.
stint.
Matt, your
That's
car,
not a marathon.
76.
Well, not when it comes to the amount of weeks you do in a phase. Didn't you do 85 out of 88 sessions?
This is my last one out of those 88 sessions.
Wowzers.
Game shot on the first
You're
leg.
the man to
Matt
see
Clark.
for a loan then.
I do charge interest. Matt Clark takes the opening
Second
leg
leg,
there,
Johnny to
courtesy of
do
that
first.
76
Game on.
checkout. In a game that he has to win to stay alive in the pool phases on this Saturday
100.
night at the Super Series. Thank you to each and every single one of you that is tuning into us live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, which if you are doing so, don't forget to give us a subscribe, because on top of the live coverage, there's going to be plenty of bonus content, and on our 2-year anniversary week, there's going to be plenty of added content, which will be
100.
broadcasting live on the show. We'll also be putting out on our social media pages, YouTube channel, things like that. So plenty to keep you occupied, courtesy of the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, and get in touch via our social medias at MSS Darts, all one word, on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. If you've got any favourite MODUS memories, use the hashtag MODUS Memories.
100.
Or if you just want to get in touch, let us know where you're tuning in from around the world. Got any questions for myself or Murph or Henry?
100.
Fire away.
Keep them fun, keep them clean.
You've got your own Twitter as well, haven't you, Henry?
Yeah, at H_Deacon Media. That's my way of getting it straight away on top of the at MSS Darts tag. Charlie Gray has got in contact with us saying, watching the action tonight for the at MSS Darts. Hopefully this will be a good
97.
night for a 2-year anniversary of the MODUS Super Series. And we've got the players on show this evening to do exactly that for sure, Charlie.
Yeah, good lad, Charlie. Know Charlie very well. Good player too.
140. Johnny O'Carr,
One of our
134.
mega fans. Will this be a mega finish for Johnny Haynes?
Might have to take it. It needs another one of those.
114. Mike O'Carr, 36.
That was a whisker of a wire, whistle away. So Clark for a 2-0 lead. In no time at all.
Game shot on the second leg.
Certainly
Clark.
found his mojo here. 14 dart breaker throw in leg 2, giving him a 2-0 advantage in a race to 4. Remember, this is a
Third leg
must-win
match
game
to first. Game on.
for Matt Clark.
$134.
He's warming to the task nicely, averaging 97.37, as you can see on your screen now. Johnny Haynes, 89.6. Far from hasty at all.
Absolutely crashes after that 45.
Commentator's curse, as we see the side-on angle of the players' throws. Very relaxed style for Matt Clark.
140.
Yeah, rock solid, isn't he? At the hockey. Johnny Haynes, just a very tiny climb onto the toes.
140.
Just so relaxed, isn't it, when it comes to Johnny Haynes? Just looks so effortless.
Yeah, and they couldn't be more different,
100.
the styles, with Matt Clark being very measured, where Johnny Haynes is a thrower rather than an aimer.
95. Mike O'Carr, 127.
Well, Paul Hinks is in the room, so it'd only be appropriate to have a 1-2-7 in game.
$55.
Well, we'll have to wait for a 1-2-7 in game. Johnny Haynes is being made to wait to win his first leg in
60.
this match.
Mike O'Carr, 72. Game shot on the third
3-0
leg.
he leads.
Matt Clark.
And because of the fact he lost the first game 4-2, if he was to proceed and win this 4-0, he would have a positive legs difference, so he would go through as a consequence
Ball by
after his
Johnny
2
to
matches.
third
It would mean
Game on.
Haynes against Thornton would effectively be a decisive match.
100.
Then really would have to get the abacus out.
Well, I think if Johnny Haynes loses 4-0, he has to win 4-0.
100.
Yeah, Thornton to be on +2. Of course, Clark can also win this 4-1 because he lost 4-2 in the first match. But a 4-0 win for Clark would put him on +2. Thornton, as things stand, is on +2 on 2 points. Haynes would then be on -4.
$99. 100.
Old school approach there from Johnny Haynes, not using the 19s on 306. Matt Clark rightly using the 18s on 302.
128.
Either or of the third treble 18 or a treble 20 would have left him a finish, but he's pressuring Johnny Haynes.
100.
Responds with a ton.
$44. Johnny Ricard, 106.
So 106 for Johnny Haynes. To keep him in this match. He is going to get a dart at tops.
86.
But just like his
Mario
previous
Carr,
effort, just below
130.
it. So 130 for Matt Clark. It would be enough to put him through.
There's the treble 20. He wants the ball for the match, 4-0.
105. Johnny Ricard, 20. Game shot on the
Back to
fourth flag.
3-1 it is.
Johnny
And
Haynes.
if he proceeded to lose that 4-0, as Mains rightly said, he would have had to have won 4-0, because if he beat Robert Thornton 4-1, then they would have both been on -1 on the legs
This leg
difference,
match to
but
throw
it would have been
first.
Roberts
Game
on the legs 4 category that would have won it and pipped into the post.
$57.
And of course, dare I say it, it's that time of the night. A 4-2 to Matt Clark could keep open the possibility of a 9-dart shootout.
100.
Yeah, of course.
Shall we have 2 9-dart shootouts, shall we? 2 for the price of 1?
Gonna happen one week, isn't it?
$180.
Matt Clark has other ideas. Only hit 2, didn't he, in that opening match
100.
against Robert Thornton. Wasn't enough to avoid defeat. His first one in this match. He's averaging 99.22. He's maintaining that average pretty much throughout.
100. $60. Mario Carr,
So then Matt Clark 164 for the match. A 4-1 win. Average just under a ton. Unlucky there with the triple 18 when old school. He had
82.
6 on this point. He's himself set fair 182 after 12.
Squeeze in the
Mario Kart 82.
final treble 20 to really pressure the 82. Ball for double 16, 25-17 tops, or is he going at 42? No, went the right way.
Oh, look at the snarl of Matt Clark as he goes for
Game
tops.
shot
He
and the
gets
match.
tops.
Matt Clark.
And Matt Clark, well, that is enough to see him through to the semi-finals. Mr. Saturday at the Super Series. Well, he's continuing that streak, isn't he? He beats Johnny Haynes 4-1. Following the conclusion of 2 matches, he finds himself with a positive legs difference, and that is enough in this format to see him through. And talking about positives, have a look at that average, 97.89. 4 out of 6 when it came to the outer ring. A really impressive performance from Matt Clark. He couldn't do it again, could he? He's in very good nick to do so. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Darryl Fitton's in action. He needs to win against Chaz Barstow.
So Matt Clark doing what Matt Clark does here at the Super Series. The first man through officially to the semi-finals ahead of that match between Robert Thornton and Johnny Haynes in Group 1. But it's back to Group 2 now, and Darryl Fitton, well, he has his feet firmly planted on the tungsten trapdoor. Having lost 4-1 in his opener, he must win against Chaz Barstow, who's about to play tonight for the first time, and he caught up with Henry Deacon a little earlier.
Chaz, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How did you find your Group C campaign?
Tough. It was a bit of a battle in the end. Felt a bit for Sam, but thought I played really well in patches, and yeah, really happy to come through that group.
Talk us through that final game with Sam. You knew that you had to win by the margin, but I believe you didn't know you thought it was to knock Matt out instead of Sam.
Yeah, I knew I needed to win 4-1. I wasn't quite sure who it knocked out. I thought it knocked Matt out and not Sam, but I knew I needed to get a 4-1 result, so sort of got myself ready for that one and turned out okay.
We saw you win plenty of times on a Saturday night in Southampton. Yet to see you win on a Saturday night here. How much would you like to get that first win in front of fans?
Oh, it'd be amazing, absolutely amazing. No, I haven't sort of not really proven myself on the Saturday night here, but I'm playing well, so I'm confident I can do it.
We look forward to seeing how you get on. Chaz, good luck.
Cheers, Henry.
So Chaz fancying his chances, but Darryl Fitton did manage to turn things around in Group B and may take inspiration from what we've just seen from Matt Clark. To qualify outright here, Fitton would need a 4-0 win, but he needs to win by any score to have any chance of qualifying for the semi-finals. That will be his main target. If Barstow beats him, it's Chaz and Richie Howson through with a game to spare. Back to Henry and Chris to talk you through this one.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, Darryl Fitton was the comeback man in Group B, having won just 1 out of 4 matches on Thursday. But will the comeback trail here be one step beyond for the madness fanatic that is the Dazzler, age 60 from Stockport? 3-time BDO World Championship semi-finals up against the Prince of Winchester, Chaz Barstow, the man who made the World Championships back in 2022, took the opening set against Michael van Gerwen, of all people, before then departing the Alexandra Palace tournament to the Green Machine. There is no shame in doing that whatsoever. And he has brought a few down from along the M27 to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth to watch his campaign unfold as part of a blockbuster crowd that have made their way in to celebrate our 2-year anniversary.
First leg, Darryl to throw first.
They even get to see Paul Hinks do his thing.
Win here for Chaz.
81.
And he is through. And then it is straight knockout darts.
99.
Tell you what has been good tonight, May, seeing so many recognisable faces.
Yeah, good turnout.
40.
Do get quite a fair few regulars come down for the Saturday night show.
96.
In the Portsmouth area, why don't you join us? Or if you fancy a weekend away, there is just a hotel literally a 5-minute walk away.
Nice little adjoining restaurant to it as well.
140.
And also, you may even bump into the odd player here and there, because that's kind of unofficially become the players' hotel. The players had to put their own accommodation, but there's a couple of hotels which the players tend to use. And in one of the hotels, they're actually one of the members of staff actually is a big darts fan, so they're kind of living their dream whilst working and seeing all these famous players stroll in.
And the players are well looked after. Strong start this from both.
159.
Wow. 24 after 12 for Barstow. Statement of intent this.
That would have been absolutely brutal if
100.
Fitton was to take that out. But Barstow for 13. Dart opening leg break was double 12, finds a double 12. And Barstow begins as he looks like wanting to continue.
Yeah, or holds the highest average of
second leg chance to throw
the week
first.
so far, and it looked like he was going to have another one of those ones around the 109, 110 mark, which he has so many of in the Super
100.
Series. He had a little wobble towards the end and ended up with a 105.5.
Neil Duff actually singled that fixture out the next day as his redemption mission, and he most certainly did that. But the Duff man just missing out on qualification. I'm sure we're going to see him again at the Super Series sometime soon, the reigning WWF World Champion. But as for Barstow, well, he is going absolutely crazy here.
Relishing the opportunity to be playing in front so many of his fans and family.
97.
And friends.
And when Chaz is in this sort of mood, he can do something special. He can give you roof-raising averages and can hold it over a long course.
Yeah, when he's absolutely on it, he's irresistible, isn't he? Just makes it look oh so easy.
82. Chazukar 161. 100.
And it was 24 after 12 in leg 1, 61 after 12 in leg 2.
135. Chazukar 61. Game shot on the second leg. Chaz Barstow.
Oh, immaculate so far. 27 darts used to win the opening 2 legs, 2 from 2 on the doubles. 3 tons, 1/140, 1/180.
Third leg,
11.33. Darryl Fitton has not exactly made a slow start to the match.
The only thing he's got wrong is he's decided to play Chaz Barstow right now.
80.
As he cranks in his first max.
Oh. He'll be thinking to himself, where on earth was
60.
this against Richie Howson in match number 1?
Well, we've seen him do this a couple of times on the telly.
Seen him win a car.
140. $100.
Haven't seen one on a Saturday night in front of a crowd.
Oh, we're still waiting for one, aren't we?
It will happen. It may still happen tonight, of course.
135.
Not the kind of players to make it happen.
57. W car 46.
Remarkably, we've not had one out of Charles, have we, a 9?
Oh, I can remember. Double 18.
37.
Oh, wow. Long way off.
92. W car 9. No score.
Oh, not that it's going to matter because Barstow's back at 192, but it is far, far, far from ideal.
96. W car
Now he's
9.
starting to breathe down his neck.
Yeah, identical averages, 100.50 for the pair. And he was walking.
7. W car 96.
Well, Chaz Barstow was absolutely nowhere in this leg and suddenly has the opportunity to go on and win it.
Double 18. Leaves tops. The doubling
Game
has been
shot of the third
clinical,
leg.
and that
Chaz Barstow.
continues with a double out and a double break of throw and double trouble for the Dazzler.
Who, despite averaging
Forfeit chance to
94.27,
first. Game
finds
on.
himself in the world of trouble. And that is because Chaz Barstow has managed to get 3 legs done for the value of 45 darts, 100.2 the average.
100. $100. 100.
And next up after this, we're going to see Johnny Haynes in action against Robert Thornton. Now, Haynes needs a 4-1 or better victory against the Thorn to progress his way
57.
through to the semi-finals, which is a part of your action from 10 o'clock this evening on Sporty Stuff TV, as well as here on the MODUS Super Series
100.
YouTube channel. It's your Saturday night tungsten fun. And, well, there is a blockbuster viewing on the, well, there's just over 1,000 of you tuning in right now live to the action. Thank you for doing so.
134.
I've said many times that during the lockdown we were a great distraction for sports fans. It
137.
didn't take long to breach the 10 million views under our original MODUS Live League banner. But yeah, thank you
128.
to all of you.
Judge of
Without
pound
your
64.
support, this wouldn't be possible.
And as for Chaz Barstow, he is through after his first match, courtesy of 4 out of 4 in the doubles and an average in excess of a ton. Darryl Fitton just smiles, shakes the hand of his opponent and says fair play, because he averaged 96.47 and he really couldn't compete with Barstow, who is in a league of his own. Fitton, who we've seen some really good stuff from over the last couple of days here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, to pass the scene. It's been great to have him back here at the Super Series. As for Barstow, he's into the semi-final. Well, this is our 2-year anniversary. He's been one of the legends of the Super Series and Live League, and all week we've been gathering our memories of the competition. And He's been summing up some of his favourite moments of the last 2 years.
My memorable moments at the MODUS Super Series, well, there were a few and for different reasons. And the first one I'm going to talk about, I recall back in Southampton, just the strange things you see. And it was Chris Gilliland about to throw a dart and suddenly Wes Newton tapped him on the shoulder, actually because he dropped a flight on the floor and Wes didn't want Gilliland to throw the dart without it. Could have injured the referee, can't remember who it was that day, but a real good showing of sportsmanship from Wes and something that I've never seen in all of the darts I've watched, which is a lot. So that was one that just springs to mind. Another one, again for different reasons, probably for the wrong reasons, when Peter Manley and Andy Jenkins played on the stage behind me. And Manley was here as kind of a practice, a warm-up for the World Seniors Championship. But he rolled back the years in terms of his shenanigans, and him and Andy Jenkins really did have one of those games where you weren't even bothered about watching where the darts had landed, just about what the players were doing up to his old tricks. Jenkins was playing ball as well, really good fun, and a great game to commentate on and watch. There have been some really special moments at the Super Series and the Live League before it as well, and one that really springs to mind for me was Danny Van Tripe. Hit his first ever 9-darter, the first he'd ever hit in any kind of competition, did it in front of the cameras as well, and his reaction after producing that perfect leg was something to behold. He was visibly, I would go as far to say, shocked by what he'd achieved. A really good moment to watch someone fulfill their potential in that leg of darts. He did it for the first time and he's gone on to achieve good things since. In terms of stories, none better than Chris Mason winning his week. Came out of the commentary box, hadn't played darts properly for many, many years, certainly not in front of the cameras. Walked up onto the stage, started playing some decent stuff. We were all wondering, will he maintain it? And eventually, here he is on finals night, winning the £5,000 and almost earning as much as he does when he commentates. And one that I can't forget, Adam Warner, of course, ADC qualifier. He'd been on the university darts scene, came here through the ADC qualifiers, ended up winning the week in front of all of his old uni pals who stormed the stage afterwards, and I almost left it battered and bruised, but it was a really quality moment, real good fun. And of course Warner since has used that money to go to Q School where he's got himself a tour card, and it just shows what this can lead to, the Super Series, the kind of breeding ground for dreams for darts players, and Adam Warner certainly an example of that. Well, we're a few minutes away from the decisive group game in Group 1 and the last one in Group 2, where Chaz Barstow and Richie Howson are already through. So we'll just take a moment to carry on our birthday celebrations and reflect on what has happened at the Super Series in 2023. And one of the great moments, of course, was Chris Mason, our very own commentator, stepped out of the commentary box, went on the stage, and the rest, as they say, is history. And I caught up with Mace a little earlier on. Chris Mason, a chance to have a little bit of a chat at the MODUS Super Series, a concept you've been part of from the beginning. But what I want to focus on today is actually what it's done for you in terms of playing, because you came here, didn't you? Not quite sure how it would all pan out. Well, you tell us, how did it pan out? How did you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I did put a lot of work in coming into it. Certainly a lot more than I did going into the World Seniors, and I felt okay. I'd been playing some really good stuff. I practiced with a couple of really decent players, and I was sort of tracking my numbers and seeing where we were only playing best of threes, winner stays on, but it was at a good level. So I knew sort of where my own ceiling was and what I was capable of. But what I didn't expect is the nerves. And yeah, I was match one, day one, and I could see my own hand shaking, and that's horrendous.
How long had it been since you'd thrown a dart in front of a TV camera?
12, 13 years. I think my last one was, what year did Nico win the
2010?
Yeah, so 2010. I lost to Alan Tabern in round one, and I'm pretty sure that was my last time under the lights, and certainly in front of the cameras. And yeah, it's totally different than sort of doing the media stuff. I've never been nervous of that, but yeah, I was nervous. But I would say that's a good thing, because you're nervous for a reason, because you expect and you know what's in there, and then it's just all about trying to get it out.
Yeah, as a commentator, as a pundit, you're a man who's never scared to tell the truth, give your opinion. Did that add a little bit more pressure, exposing yourself like that, open for everybody else's opinion on how you might play? Yeah,
and that's probably why I retired so early. I just couldn't put myself through it and deal with not being able to compete, and then having sort of spent, well, the last 20 plus years doing sort of media stuff, and then really going into it when I retired. Yeah, I thought, well, all some of the things I've said, I try not to be overcritical, but like you say, if someone makes a mistake, I'm the first one to pull them up on it. But I don't do it in a personal way, and I think that's why I've never had an issue with a player, past or present. Certainly in terms of in terms of doing commentary, I seem well received. I get a lot of positive feedback from the players, and sometimes they'll sort of say, I sort of didn't really know I was doing that, but now I do because you brought it up.
There will have been a few, though, weren't they, thinking, right, he talks the talk, let's see if he can walk the walk. But you did, didn't you? Yeah,
I mean, I don't claim to be a dart player. I'm a commentator, and I know it sort of came across tongue-in-cheek, but that is the case. I'm no longer, and I haven't been a professional dart player for probably since 2010. But you never sort of lose the ability to play. It's more whether you have the ambition and you're able to commit enough and dedicate enough to it. Well, once I sort of accepted the invitation and I knew I was going to be here on TV, online, I thought, oh no, don't go up there. And I had plenty of notice. So yeah, I worked my socks off. As hard, I prepared as hard for that. Don't get me wrong, I did sort of compress it down, but yeah, sort of 4 or 5 weeks, I literally was doing 3, 4, 5 hours a day.
Was there a worry that once you got on the stage that competitive edge, that fire in the belly might not be there anymore? Yeah,
and I didn't want it to be. I wanted to... What I've learned from commentary and watching so much darts and watching so many great players is how they deal with those moments. And they've taught me, I wish I had this knowledge now 30 years ago, but that's typical of life, isn't it? And especially sport. So I wanted to try and play with a smile on my face or pretend to look like I was enjoying it as much as possible, and that really worked for me. That was sort of an element to my personality and my game I never had, and ultimately it's why I won, I think.
There were a few moments that week, the 10-darter on the bullseye, the 9-dart shootout, obviously the winning moment. Is there anything that you look back at, or just at the time that you felt, yeah, I'm back, this is me? Yeah,
I think my game against John Walton, where I averaged over 100, but that's sort of like a benchmark nowadays, and to do that, so far after being a player, that was pleasing. There was, we got a good win over Conan Whitehead, who went on to ultimately win Champions Week. That was a great bullseye on the 1-3-2, and yeah, there was a lot of good performance. I was losing a few games, but ultimately my numbers were high. I was still capable of hitting lots. I think I hit 40 odd 180s in the week. yeah, there was some great, and not only that, it was great to see so many old friends and so many old sparring partners and players that I've sort of locked horns with over the last 30 years, and it was a great bunch of lads over the 2 weeks. I really enjoyed it.
What did winning do for you then, as a person who said you're not a dart player anymore? Of course, quickly came the invitation to the World Seniors Championship.
Yeah, it actually was a bit daunting, because then there is an expectation level, and of course, because I played in the final week, I was straight back in the following week for Champions Week, so I didn't really have time to sort of digest it and think about it. I literally had the Sunday off. I came in, I did 3 days of comms, and then went straight into the group Thursday and Friday, and yeah, and then to come through that, because that was, not saying winning the week was tough, but that was a different element. That was 11 winners from previous, and some wonderful dart players. So to actually then make finals night, and really I think I was a bit unfortunate. There was a point on Champions Week finals night where I thought I can win this, and I just got edged out 4-3 twice, had a dart at tops to beat Conan, and that one win would have put me into the semi-final. And I think once you're in the semis, anything can happen.
Well, one question remains, and it's the obvious one. Are you going to give it another go?
Yeah. I was really disappointed with the World Seniors, but as much as I planned for that, so much happened. There was so much work that came in, and I was doing so much travelling, and I just went into it totally undercooked. So yeah, I think I'm going to be playing in Series 4, and then obviously I'm playing in the Masters in Yeovil at Westlands, in the World Seniors Masters, and then we'll see how that goes, and then I'll make the decision after that.
Come back as well and truly on. We'll look forward to seeing it.
Cheers, pal.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Just to put you in the picture of what has happened so far, well, in Group 2, we know the two players that will go through to the semi-finals. It will be Barstow and Richie Howson. Darryl Fitton has been eliminated, and that pair will play in a couple of games' time to see who tops the group. But in Group 1, still all to play for between Robert Thornton and Johnny Haynes. Matt Clark is safe. He's in the semis despite defeat to Thornton in the first match of the night. Robert Thornton's still in a very promising position. Clark through because he beat Johnny Haynes 4-1, and that means that Haynes has a mountain to climb here. He must win 4-1 or better to overtake the two-time World Seniors champion Thornton and qualify for the semi-finals at the Scotsman's expense. So let's get the game underway. Back to the commentary team of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, Johnny Haynes with a lot of work to do, but if somebody can do that, it is the man of this player's immeasurable talent. He takes on Robert Thornton, who will feel like, and I feel like there's a few players in this finals night feel that I have this same feeling of redemption on this Saturday night. Richie Howson has been so close so many times. Barstow hasn't lifted a title here in Portsmouth yet, but Johnny Haynes, he knows that feeling. He won week 11 of the previous phase. He won that final by getting the better of Neil Duff, who we saw in Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively. But it's not Colin Hammond picking up or receiving the check or giving it to the victor tonight. It's going to be yours truly sat next to me in the commentary box. Who do you think you're going to be giving the check to after a couple of games played?
Well, Charles Barstow was irresistible,
Ladies
wasn't
and
he?
gentlemen,
Last time out.
First leg is Johnny
Average
through
of
first.
nearly 102 and
Game
4
on.
out of 4 on the doubles. Did everything right. It was a polished performance from the Prince.
137.
Good night for another Johnny tonight, hasn't it?
Yeah, Johnny Clayton hitting a 9-darter in the Gala, one of the Gala exhibition events out in Europe. And incredibly, I just had to read it twice. Our friend and colleague Marco Meyer, who's refereed darts matches for
36.
How many years now? It's the first ever 9 he's ever refed on the big stage. It's absolutely staggering.
Yeah, quite remarkable. That. And what a difference a day makes for Johnny Clayton, because in the show last night, in the final, he got pumped off a Gezi Price 8-1.
140.
Mike finds a 9. The second one of the day, of course. Fallon Sherritt getting one in the Challenge Tour
60
in Hildesheim in Germany. Must be the place to be for 9s. Get it?
Yeah, I like that, yeah.
University.
70.
University of Life.
121.
1-2-1 for Thornton. It's going to be the ball.
96. Johnny O'Carr 118.
Not to be, so as Johnny Haynes got Thornton's number with this 118. Treble. For double 19.
99.
And already Johnny Haynes could be at the point of no return if Thornton can convert this 25 by going 17 double 4. And now Johnny Haynes needs absolutely everything to go through. One more leg for Thornton. That is that, as far as Group 1 is concerned. And the man who won a week in Series 2 would be eliminated from the process in Series 3. And he is motoring along nicely as Thornton. He's had that little bit of a break between matches. He played match 1, now back in match 5.
96.
But like Robert made a point early on this evening, he can hide away from the fact that Saturday nights here at the Super Series hasn't been the happiest of hunting grounds for him, and there just feels like a real determination from him tonight to put that to bed, to put it right, and to stop that conversation from continuing as time passes on.
100.
But Thornton was the 8-11 favourite. Even money about Johnny Haynes, despite the precarious position of
122.
4-1 or better.
Johnny O'Carr 148.
Would walk 500 miles, well, he's 500 miles home. Will he be taking home the $5,000?
100. Robbie O'Carr 160.
Well, this 160 would see him one step closer, and it would eliminate Johnny Haynes. It's a nod and a smile for Johnny Haynes, and Thornton knows that's enough. And so the lineup is complete. Thornton 2-0 up. Haynes is eliminated. And from this point onwards, he's playing with pride. And we know what Johnny Haynes is like. He said it in the interview earlier on this evening. He goes out to win every single game. And despite that scenario, that is not going to change.
Yeah, perfect example of that. The way he started the third leg.
60.
Don't think Thornton's the type of player to take his foot off the gas. Haynes averaging in excess
140.
110. Finds himself 2-0 down. And
96.
Andre Laporte.
This game is brutal at times. I mean, Darryl Fitton averaged 96. He's gone.
Well, I called it the
140.
Savage Super Series up on the balcony with Murph on the back of what we've seen this week. It has been
60. Johnny O'Carr,
brutal.
81.
Bring it back to 2-1. Incidentally, you actually look at the stats tonight. We've collated 8 averages so far
41.
this evening. 5 of them are 90 and above, and you've also got an 89, 87. Let's call that a 90 in amongst the mix as well.
46. Johnny O'Carr, 40.
The standard has
Glad
been...
you don't do my tax returns, pal. Jeez.
Game shot on the third leg. Johnny Haynes.
No wonder you did media in uni and not money.
Fourth leg, Roberts, you through first. Game
I
on.
was trying to be kind.
$140.
As you can tell, I've been in this box for 6 weeks now.
Yeah, you don't mention it
135.
much.
Usually I never get a word in edgeways.
121.
Oh, this is a real superb match. I feel sorry for those who have to pick the game of the day to put onto the YouTube channel tonight, because I think they're going to get some task ahead of them.
$93.
Always at the sharp end of things.
$56. Rory O'Carr, 147.
147 and frame. Not this time.
97. Johnny O'Carr, 170.
So Thornton's going to return for 50 for a 3-1 lead here.
98. Rory O'Carr, 50.
Looking to go through, having won 2 out of 2. To keep that undefeated streak
Game
going.
shot
There
on
it
the
is,
fourth
3-1
leg.
to the fourth, and he is
Thornton.
charged up for the occasion. And although, of course, he has that wiggle room now, psychologically, you don't want to have that defeated streak going into the semi-finals of both
They play
players.
Johnny to
Share a
first.
laugh and a joke
Game
there.
on.
The game being played in very good spirits.
Yeah, you want to keep that winning mentality. don't you?
96.
Picked up on that on the final matches from Group C and Group B yesterday.
100.
Thornton, the group winner now. So he's going to have the advantage throw. That's in the first semi-final from 10
60.
p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We will play Game 6. We'll then have a little bit of a break before we come back and join our friends on Sporty Stuff TV.
100.
Well, this game could be over in a matter of seconds' time. It may give Robert Thornton an extra little bit of preparation time ahead of his semi-final date post 10 o'clock.
134.
This is outstanding from both, and as you say, right now this is, I'm not sure about game
60.
of the day, game of the week, isn't it? 60 dips Thornton down below the 100 mark.
97. Robbie O'Carr,
Johnny
161.
Haynes, 102.36. He's had a 160.
97. Johnny O'Carr, 114.
To bring one back. Not to be, and so Thornton will return to the 16s corridor to seal a 4-1 success.
74. Robbie O'Carr, 64.
To really lay down a marker to the rest of the field as we edge closer towards the semi-finals. It is
Game,
all
shot,
reliable,
and a match.
which seals the
Robert
win
Thornton.
for Robert Thornton. He will be the player at the top of Group 1. He is undefeated in his pool stage action, and look at what it means to him. He is supercharged up for the evening's action. As for Johnny Haynes, he departs the scene here at the Super Series. The man who won his week last time out, he departs on finals night this time round, but he departs having lost of an average in excess of 101. Robert Thornton, 97.11 his average, 2 maximums, 4 out of 6 when it came to the doubles. Another superb match here on this finals night that just continues to deliver. Well, coming up after the break, it's our last game from the pool stage action. Chaz Barstow up against Richie Howson. Both of these players are jostling for position when it comes to the semi-finals after this short break.
And so our Saturday semi-final lineup is complete. Robert Thornton winning Group 1 after that fantastic performance from Johnny Haynes, to be fair, as well. He averaged over 101 in that defeat to the Thorn before the break there. Chaz Barstow and Richie Howson are still to play their final match in Group 2. The winner of that will top the group and will take on Group 1 runner-up Matt Clark in the semis. But this week we have been celebrating 2 years of the MODUS Super Series since it started out as the live league this very week 24 months ago. And our commentary team tonight, Henry Deacon and Chris Mason, have reflected on some of their MODUS memories.
Well, there's been many memorable moments, hasn't there, at the Super Series, or what was previously the live league over the last couple of years. I think one that stands out from a personal perspective was Graham Usher's 9 darter against Dan Reed at the Champion of Champions. It was a fantastic moment, a fantastic game from Graham Usher. He's the only player in the competition's history to have won all 4 legs of a ton-plus checkout. He was 2-0 down in that game to Dan Reed and was actually struggling a fair bit, actually, in those opening 2 legs. And then he kick-started himself with a 9-dart finish, which from a personal perspective was actually my first ever on commentary, and they say you never forget your first time. Well, in the case of Graham Usher and that 9, I most certainly won't. For me, one of the other things that's been so great about the Super Series is the international representation of it. When you think about when this first started in Southampton, due to the COVID regulations at the time, due to the fact that we were in and out of lockdowns at that particular moment in time, the pool of players we had wasn't the greatest in the world because we were restricted and almost handcuffed by the fact that we had to have local players due to the COVID restrictions at a time. Remember, you couldn't even leave your local area for a certain period of time during that COVID lockdown period. And then kind of when that September-October period kind of came in 2021, we were able to expand and broaden our horizons and able to have players from abroad, then having the American players come over. And when we had that week with Danny Lauby, Matt Campbell, for example, that was an absolutely brilliant week, and it kind of showed that we are ready for this international expansion. And you look at the amount of countries that are involved, not just in general, but on a weekly basis. It shows that this is a true top international competition for amateur players. And I think the final thing is opportunities. Not just it's given to the players, but it's given to various people working within the sport. I mean, you look at some of our referees, for example, Charlie Courtefine, who has done a brilliant job here and has gone on to ref things like UK Open semi-finals for various people. They've made darts their full-time occupation, their full-time job. I mean, I'm very indebted to the Super Series for giving me a full-time darts role for the first time in my career. So for a lot of people, this has given them a lot of avenues to work in darts full-time, but also to give them the opportunity to have real success within the sport. As I say, a lot of people behind the scenes, the likes of Charlie, the likes of Owen, have had the chance to referee here and then referee on big stages, for example. And the expansion of the Super Series is only going to be to the help of the sport in general and the people working within this and the sport in general.
Mace, here we go. 2 years of the MODUS Super Series, and we're going to run through your 5 magic moments. First up, it was the first 9-darter over in Southampton, father versus son.
Yeah, incredible, wasn't it? Our first one live on TV. James Richardson versus son Josh Richardson, locked at 3-3. And it was a great leg, actually, from Josh, and his father pops in the 9 against him. A wonderful moment.
Second up is a young man that we saw play some online darts in Cam Crabtree. We didn't know a lot about him, but he came here and he illuminated this place on debut.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. The only data we could get on him was from playing online, and right at the beginning he was averaging 45, 55, 60, 65, 70. We didn't quite know what to expect, but my goodness, what an impression he made and what a debut. An average of 115.62.
Your third one was the first 9-darter in this venue, a man that has 3 now in the Super Series, Conor Heenahan.
Yeah, incredible, wasn't it? Our first one, we didn't have to wait too long for it. And then, like buses, we've got 3 from Conor Heenahan. And, yeah, a real special moment in the new venue, under the new Super Series logo. And, yeah, he did the business.
The fourth one, we had to get you in here because there was a lot of clamouring for Mace to come and play here. And I know it took you out your comfort zone, but to win your week, but that 1-3-2 finish on this very stage was just sheer brilliance.
Yeah, I had some magic moments. I actually spent a lot of time that week with Conan Whitehead, and on that particular day, we were chatting and having a bit of a practice together, and we were discussing those bullseye finishes that were blockers. Lo and behold, what does Mace do? Pop one in against him.
And the fifth one was our first Super Series winner, Conan Whitehead. We saw what it meant to him, the emotion, the confetti on this stage. I think it's still here somewhere, but just a brilliant first finals night.
Yeah, and what he'd gone through with everything else, with the birth of his baby girl and all the issues that him and his missus had to endure throughout that, just to see how much it meant to him. And like I say, having spent so much time with him and getting to know him a lot better, and yeah, a real big moment, £20,000, and well, a little bit gutted. He just narrowly missed out on getting a tour card, but I'm looking forward to seeing him back here.
Mate, it's a pleasure to have your Fab 5 moments.
Cheers, Barstow.
Yeah, Chris Mason talking to Phil Bars there. Some magic moments at the MODUS Super Series and making more memories tonight as well. And the 2 players that are about to play in the final one of our group games are both already through to the semi-finals. Chaz Barstow and Richie Howson just battling it out to see who will finish top of Group 2. The winner will take on Matt Clark in the second semi. The runner-up will take on Robert Thornton in the first. A quick reminder as well, the semi-finals getting underway just after 10 o'clock, so do rejoin us here on YouTube. Stay with us, we've got some other excellent content, and we're live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. as well. But back to Chris Mason and Henry Deacon, who are in the commentary box making more memories together.
Indeed we are. We enjoy our time together, mate. Hashtag MODUS memories.
Yeah, if you've got any of your favourite memories to go along with all the teams here, get in touch with us on Twitter, Instagram or Facebook at MSS Darts and use the hashtag. Where is it? Oh, and we're on TikTok as well, apparently. I don't even know what that is. But there you go.
Basically, it's like blinding lights. You know, you've seen that weekend song. People used to do that during lockdown. Anyway, it's Barstow against Howson. It's our final game of the group stages. They have Chaz Barstow 10-11 from the off in this one. Richie Howson 4-5 with the odds compilers. If you are having a punt on the Super Series, it is 18+ B, gambleaware.org. The winner of this, as Murph rightly explained up on the balcony, will play Matt Clark in the semi-finals. The loser will have Robert Thornton. That's semi-final number 1 as well, so it'll be a shorter recovery time between the end of this game and the first semi-final, which will start roughly around about 10:10 after we go on air with our
66.
extended highlights package.
Yeah, with our host, Sporty Stuff TV, from 10 o'clock. For semi-finals and
100.
finals.
And the way that tonight has gone so far, you never know. We could still see the best yet to come this evening, because it still feels like, even though we've seen some blockbuster races, it still feels like there's possibly, with some players, still a little bit more still in that tank.
100.
Oh, we're going to get better from Barstow. Count me in.
And that is why you're in the commentary box and not playing this week.
Absolutely.
82.
Certainly won't want to be on the end of that. 105 average.
Yuck.
41.
Great opportunity with our scheduling for the matches. Of course, they have a timing, and when the matches cannot go on before, that gives us an opportunity to share all of those MODUS memories with you all, and I'm sure you remember most of them.
60.
If you don't,
Charge your car, 124.
because you missed out.
Which means you can tune into the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel tomorrow, and you may see moments like a 1-2-4.
102.
But you won't see it from Chaz Barstow this time.
140.
Howson won't convert the 140, so Barstow will return for the double 11.
Yeah.
60.
Charles won
Charge
in
your
legs
car,
of
22.
13, 14, 18 and 14. But just back to that performance in our previous match by Robert Thornton. His winning legs were at 14, 15
11.
with that 160
Richie
out,
car, 80.
14 and 15. All winning legs coming in a 5-visit turn. Stunning.
Tots of Howson.
Getting shot on the first
Will
leg.
break a
Richie
throw in the
Howson.
opening leg.
Second leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
Long leg for these two, that one. 21 darter.
Just had to double check it was them and not a
Yeah.
doppelganger or something. That was like watching Charlie have a throw on
45.
stage. We've seen some questionable darts from the gallery next door this week.
I can feel a little bit of a head-to-head coming on between you and Charlie. All that kind of business.
Reason why I'm sat here.
140.
And good luck to Charlie. All banter aside, he's about to referee his first Premier League night in Newcastle on Thursday. And from everyone at the team, we wish him all the very best. He's been, do you know what? He's been probably, in terms of staff and referees, he's been the standout star of the last 2 years.
140. Richie car, 164.
No, he's been stunning. And it's been great to watch his growth. And that's going to be rewarded next Thursday.
96.
On one of the biggest stages of them all. And this is just the beginning.
100.
Well, welcome to the
Richie
Premier
car,
League. You've got to try and
68.
control 10,000 Geordies.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome to the Premier League.
Double four for Howson for a 2-0 lead. This is much quicker than the first leg.
64.
Still not done, mind.
Charge your car,
Barstow.
76.
May do it in 14. Oh, the break back.
Game shot on the second leg. Chance Barstow.
Oh, gets the break back. We can possibly begin to break into breakathlon territory.
Third leg chance to throw first. Game on.
Well, as Murph mentioned, loser faces Thornton.
60.
Winner faces Matt Clark. And what you've seen tonight, what would be your preference, Henry?
60.
Both are difficult opponents for different reasons. Robert tonight has found an acceleration in his level, but with Matt Clark, he's one of those players that he had that 97.89, but what you know from him, you're going to get a consistent level, and he's the sort of player that if you give an opportunity to, he will take. And sometimes
100.
that sheer knowing that the person behind you, if you leave him on a 96 or something like that, it's going to take it out. That can sometimes grind you down as a player.
Yeah,
96.
Very much a real grinder, a battler.
And also, he knows how to win under this roof.
Yep.
Leg away from 20 grand last time out.
121.
Yep, narrowly defeated in a deciding leg against Raymond Smith.
The defending champion,
105.
who was a part of the ADC Oceania Tours big day, big weekend, where they're going to be finalising some spots for the Super Series, which is brilliant for the tournament to have
97.
that ADC Oceania representation.
100. Is that getting underway today, isn't it? Well, yeah, it's probably
60. Richie Howson, 123.
Oh, they finished.
I think they finished day 2 and they got day 3 tomorrow. La ball.
98. Chance your car, 40.
Barstow for back-to-back legs. Tops.
$30. Richie Howson, 25.
Double 8 for Howson for the breaker throw and a 2-1 lead.
17.
Well, this could be the lesser
Chance your
spotted
car,
hold.
10. Game shot on the third leg.
And does get
Chance Barstow.
a hold of throw. And it was a 21 darter from Richie Howson in leg 1 to break. And that was a 21 to hold for Barstow.
Fourth leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
Now, one of the winners of those Oceania tournaments was Bailey Marge. Beat David
83.
Marland in the final 6-1 with an average of 93.14. Looking at finishes of 96, 95,
60.
115 in the process.
Wowzers. There's some numbers.
David Marland averaged
100.
85.32 for just a solitary leg.
Also, congratulations to
76.
Dragutin Horvat on winning Challenge Tour 9 in Hildesheim in Germany. He defeated Christian Kist 5-0
83.
in the final.
Christian Kisser is playing some excellent stuff at the minute. No doubt we'll see them around the Super Series at some point as Barstow nails the first max of the match to put him on the cusp of a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, the next couple of months has a real international
95.
flavour.
$45. Richie Howson, 140.
Another one of them. Double 10.
120.
Well, he's shown you the way,
Does your
Chaz,
car
but can
140?
you convert the double? Yes. Yes. Double 10.
120. Richie, your car 20.
Almost. Fives for Howson. We'll look to move across to the
Game
left, and
shot
that's
on the
exactly what he
fourth
does. And level at
Richie
2-2 we are.
Howson. Fifth leg, chance to throw first. Game on.
Chaz eager to get to the oche now. If you are wondering why we have this little bit of a pause, we have a 10-second stop clock between the legs. It
100.
refreshes our computer systems as well as send out the data that needs to go to the relevant people as well. Of course, no chalkers to the board here at the MODUS Super Series, so everything is done electronically.
100.
Yeah, remotely from our production suite.
Effectively, one person does the job of what 5 or 6 people do at other tournaments, as Barstow gets his second of the match. And for those who back the over 2.5 market, well, you can claim your Saturday night prizes.
100.
Really, if you take out that ropey first leg, this has been a quality encounter.
And it's getting better.
180. Judge your car 121.
Oh, if you went over 3.5, well done.
Maybe even more winnings.
43. Richie, your car 41.
The winnings here is to have the advantage of throw against Matt Clark in the second of our semi-finals, and if Howson can find this double 16, he'll be a leg away from doing exactly that. And 3-2 he leads, and now has the throw to seal the game, to seal the deal, to seal the win, and to seal that advantage of throw in the second of our semi-finals, which comes from 10 p.m. this evening.
First. Game on.
Just looking over the Challenge
100.
Tour and looking at the leaderboard in terms of performances. Just thinking of the players that have
58.
took part in the Super Series or the then Live League. James Hurrell, of course. Got a running average of 92.16 on the Challenge Tour. Darryl Pilgrim, John Henderson, Scott Mitchell, Andy Bolton, Connor Heenan,
60.
Barry Van Peer, Lucas Venig, Owen Bates, and in 10th spot in terms of performance level, Sebastian Białecki.
120.
Owen Bates, who we will see at Champions Week.
Yep.
Andy Bolton, who came so close to qualifying for champion. I mean, if it wasn't for Scott Taylor going absolutely berserk
60.
in the final, we would have most likely have seen him here at the beginning of May. We're going to see the X Factor on the European Tour soon,
44.
aren't we? He's qualified one of the associate member qualifiers. I believe it's the one next week. Richie Howson's going to be in Blackpool this time next week.
55.
You'd have played already. You're in and around Blackpool.
96.
Viva Blackpool next weekend. Starts at midday on Saturday and midday on Sunday. A wonderful lineup. It is the Champions of
97.
Champions, also on Channel 5. If you can't go, make sure you tune in. On Friday, it's the Golden Ticket
46.
Qualifier.
Richie O'Carr,
Where
129.
The winner of that qualifier faces the GOAT, Phil Taylor.
Possibly this man later on in the competition. In this competition, he's looking for the bull for the win.
104. Joshua Carr, 137.
He plays Robert Thornton, doesn't he, in the first match there.
Could be the final tonight.
41.
Final a few weeks ago
Richie
in the
O'Carr,
World
25.
Seniors, of course.
Maybe they're on a collision path. 8-8 for Howson, which will make him the man at the top of Group 2. He gets the better of Chaz Barstow by 4-2. So Barstow will have the throw second against Robert Thornton in the first semi-final, whilst Richie Howson will have that advantage of throw against Matt Clark in semi-final number 2. So that's set fair, and that's what we're going to see from 10 o'clock this evening here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We're going to have a short break. We're going to head up to Chris Murphy and we're going to enjoy some bonus content courtesy of the MODUS Super Series.
Well, these semi-finals are set here at the MODUS Super Series tonight, but before we get to those, we're going to carry on reflecting on the last 2 years on our anniversary week. A couple of the key cogs of the Super Series machine are Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson, and here they are with a trip down memory lane.
Well, here we are at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Paul Nicholson here alongside me. It's the 2-year anniversary of the MODUS Super Series. Could you imagine when we started this project we'd be where we are now?
No, I remember there being a very small room in Southampton and we were all at a distance. We were all very careful about what we were doing as well, and we were all very grateful about what we were doing, because if it wasn't for this project, a lot of us would have had a lot more time on our hands, that's for sure. But I think my lasting memory of the first maybe month of the Southampton project was no referee. And hearing players calling their own scores, they were doing something that they hadn't been doing for a while, adding up their scores and figuring things out as they went along. And one of the overriding narratives of that first month in Southampton was, is this upsetting the rhythm of the players? And they were very, very happy when the referees came along.
They most certainly gave them something to do. And I suppose when it first started out, the timing of it as well, we're in the middle of lockdowns, we're in the middle of COVID, and everything else that was going on around the darting infrastructures as well, politically and everything else. There was a gap for amateur players. There was nothing else for them apart from that room in Southampton.
there was a hunger for what we actually found. And at the very start, there was a lot of very local players, like Jason Askew, Aaron Monk, Andy Jenkins, Fallon Sherrick, people who were not that far from Southampton. But ultimately, we went as wide as we possibly could, going into places like Scotland and Wales and a little bit further into Northern England. And because of that, we were digging very, very deep to find out if there was talent that could grace the Super Series, or what was the Live League back then. And we found some gems. And the most amazing thing to me, apart from the refereeing side of things in the first month, is that the average record for this project is still standing from the very first week. That is unbelievable to me. It still hasn't been beaten. Jason Askew, 118.66. I just wonder if it will ever be beaten.
At what point did you realise this is a project that's got something special about it?
I think when certain people walked through the door, people like Robert Thornton, Martin Adams, people who were actively seeking out the producers of this programme to see if they could take part. Because during the pandemic, there was a lot of people, well, there were a lot of people out there saying, oh, this is just a fad, something to pass the time. But as time went on, and, you know, people like James Richardson, for instance, going back to their social media accounts and saying, this is fantastic. And the enthusiasm that we were seeing from the likes of Niall Cullerton and some other players, for me, that was one of the reasons why this product has blossomed. And the opportunity of coming to Portsmouth came around. But now we have an incredible place to play. I don't think we see the same standard as we have seen in Southampton yet, because we have a larger stage, and that has that somewhat anxiety-riddled stigma with, I'm playing in front of the TV cameras, it's a bigger place. But I think people are getting used to it now, and I think bigger averages are inevitable.
And we've unearthed some absolute gems in this competition. I think one that we often talk about is the story of Graham Usher, someone who had success before the pandemic, but in this competition just found his own and has gone on to do some really good stuff in the PDC Pro Tour now.
Just think about it this way. Graham Usher in the 2019 World Masters was on an upward trend. Then the pandemic hits. What does he do if this wasn't around? I don't think he's on the tour if it wasn't for this. I think he's got a lot to thank the Super Series for. He's made a lot of money, as has Robert Owen. And in a funny sort of way, their careers have been kick-started by this project, and they won't be the only ones.
And they've become household names because of this. They're names that people become synonymous to. I mean, you look at the World Championships, for example, when the likes of Robert Owen, when the likes of Raymond Smith came into that tournament, people were talking about what they did here, whereas in the past, maybe qualifiers that come through the routes that they come through probably wouldn't have got the attention if this wasn't about.
Absolutely right. I think there have been players coming to this venue and to Southampton in the latter days who were saying, oh, no, Robert Owen's in the group. He knows how to do it better than anybody. And then you think about players like Conan Whitehead, sorry. And you think about how their careers have gone well with this project. And there are people out there who play here on such a regular basis that when they're not here, they miss it. That's a great thing. And as a player, missing something is a good thing. And they want to get back on this stage to have more opportunities like a Saturday night.
There's probably one word that is the antithesis of this competition. That's the word opportunity. And we could probably label this in a number of different ways. I want to begin with the organisations that this project's now partnered up with. The ADC perhaps being the one that stands out. The players that came through here, 3 players from the previous Champions Week came through that qualification route. And it's given players the opportunity to play in front of the TV cameras that probably would never got the chance before. I mean, look at the story of Adam Warner, for example, came from an ADC qualifier, won a week here. The money he got for winning that week put him into Q-Score and has now won a tour card.
It's only a mere drop in the ocean to what is possible here. You think about the European Tour for PDC pros over the last 10 years, the effect that that's had on players being ready for bigger stages. This is another way of jumping from sterile environments with no exposure to social media or TV cameras, but you come here and you get more comfortable with the cameras in your face and the bright lights. If you can start playing your proper game on this stage, there's no reason why you can't then go to an even bigger stage and potentially win the biggest prize on offer here of £20,000. Conan Whitehead knows what it's like to win that prize. Raymond Smith knows. And they're not going to be the only ones over the course of 2023 and beyond, because this project has got legs.
it's an opportunity not just for players, but for people behind the scenes. I mean, look at the likes of, for example, Charlie Corsafine, who's been here from the very start. He refereed a UK Open semi-final last week. The likes of Owen Binks, who he's made darts his full-time profession because of this. Some of the people behind the scenes have made darts their full-time profession because of this. This has given not just players opportunities, but many, many other people opportunities within this sport.
And yourself. Myself. Other people, I've been able to work with Chris Mason a lot more, which makes me very happy. I've gotten to know Matthew Edgar a lot better, which is fantastic. And the ability to work with some new people, including Abigail Davis as well, who's a good friend of mine, just to be able to talk about the sport in a slightly different way as well, about another level. Because we talk a lot about the cream of the crop, the PDC elite and the WDF cream of the crop, but now we have our own little cream of the crop here. And it's great to know a certain depth of the sport, maybe better than some other people, because we get access to the players in the practice room and when they come up here, and we can thrive with that. But I'm really thrilled for not just us as broadcasters and the players, but the people who now love darts, who are able to work with it, the spotters, the scalpers, the producers, people who do the lights. These are unsung heroes in broadcasting. They never get any mentions, and they deserve it.
And just finally, if we're sat in these chairs again in 2 years' time, what do you expect the next step of the evolution of the MODUS Super Series to be?
Well, I'm probably going to need some more hair dye, because I'll probably have more grey hairs. But I think it's really interesting to see what happens next. As to what is possible, I think that is very much down to the organisers. I think the ability to evolve has been this project's biggest strength. They could have easily kept to one camera during the pandemic, where it's just two boards on a screen, you see where the darts go. Yes, that's fantastic. But within weeks, they were saying, how do we make it better? How do we make it a split system where we can see the player at the same time? How do we make that better? Let's go to a studio. Let's go to a bigger studio. As for what they want to do next, I leave that to them, and I'm excited.
It has been an exciting time. It's been an absolute pleasure to work on this project. I'm sure Paul absolutely agrees with that. The 2-year anniversary of the MODUS Super Series. Happy birthday to them. And, well, the future, well, anything is possible, isn't it?
Hello there, welcome along to your Saturday night darting fix, live on Sporty Stuff TV. It is finals night at the MODUS Super Series, and we've got a good audience in to watch this evening's action. In fact, they've been watching the group games already, and the semi-finals are set, and now we're going to show you how the group games unfolded, with Chris Mason and Henry Deacon providing commentary.
So Thornton wants 54 for this opening leg. This is with the darts. Tops is what he wants. And tops is what he gets for the opening leg. Robert Thornton is up and on the board here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on finals night.
Of Series 3. Here's one by Conan Whitehead.
86.
Series 2.
Mario Kart 48.
By Raymond Smith. Already into Champs Week in Series 3. John Worsley, Owen Bates, Yella Klassen, Scott Taylor and Mike Warburton. And in around about
Game
4 hours' time,
leg. Matt Clark.
we will have another name as Matt Clark with an all-important break of throw.
For the match.
Shanghai.
72.
Wouldn't
Mario
have been
Kart
a
72.
Shanghai surprise for Thornton. He fancied that. 72 for Clark. Couple of options here. 48-24. Single 16 tops. And it's got to go.
32.
But it doesn't. And so
Mario Kart
Thornton
36.
returns for the double 18 to get the job done. Two nines.
Splitting. 10 for double 4.
Game shot and the match. Robert
And
Thornton.
the decision has paid off for Robert Thornton. You can see the relief for Robert Thornton there, picking up his first 2 points. Cox. Well, he averaged nearly 98 himself, Fitton. With some clinical finishing, there was that
45. Richie Howson 20.
double 80 yesterday as well that was key. And it was a final dart after putting 2 right on the wire.
Game shot on the first leg.
Nice where
Richie
Howson has been
Howson.
so reliable on so many occasions.
$93. WK 14.
Double 20 was in. I couldn't quite see if it was in or not. So there's a little bit of pressure on the double 7, and he's straight at it. Well, it's high and out the way. Needs to make the adjustment.
Game shot
And
on
does.
the third leg. Darryl
That will
Fitton.
make him feel a whole heap better, because that is the best leg of the match so far.
4 legs to 1.
Game
And over the
shot
line
and
he
the
is.
match.
And Richie Howson, the man who is searching for that first weekly win here in Portsmouth. He's had so many trials and tribulations.
Might have to take it. Needs another one of those.
114. Mario Kart 36.
That's a whisker of a wire, a whistle away. So Clark for a 2-0 lead. In no time at all.
Game shot on the second leg. Matt
Certainly
Clark.
found his mojo here. 14 dart breaker throw in leg 2, giving him a 2-0 advantage in a race to 4.
Put him through.
There's the treble 20. He wants the ball for the match, 4-0.
105. Johnny O'Carr 20. Game shot on the
Back
fourth
to
leg.
3-1 it is.
Johnny
And
Haynes.
if he proceeded to lose that 4-0, as Mays rightly said, he would have had to have won 4-0 because
Ball for double 16, 25-17 tops, or is he going at 42? No, went the right way.
oh, look at the snarl of Matt Clark as he goes for
Game
tops.
shot
He
and the
gets
match. Matt
tops.
Clark.
And Matt Clark, well, that is enough to see him through to the semi-finals.
135. Johnny O'Carr 61. Game shot on the second leg. Chaz Barstow.
Oh, immaculate so far. 27 darts used to win the opening 2 legs, 2 from 2 on the doubles.
Go on and win it.
Double 18. Leaves tops. The doubling
Game
has been
shot on the
clinical,
third leg.
and that
Chaz Barstow.
continues with a double out and a double break of throw and double trouble for the Dazzler. But yeah,
128.
to all of you.
Chaz
Without your
64.
support, this wouldn't be possible.
And as for Chaz Barstow, he is
Chaz
through
Barstow.
after his first match, courtesy of 4 out of 4 in the doubles and an average in excess of a ton.
The $5 grand.
100. Robert your car 160.
Well, this 160 would see him one step closer, and it would eliminate Johnny Haynes. It's a
Game
nod
shot
and
on
a
the
smile
second
for
leg.
Johnny Haynes.
Robert
And Thornton
Thornton.
knows that's enough. And so the lineup is complete. 1, 2 out of 2. To keep that undefeated streak
Game
going.
shot
There
on
it
the
is,
fourth
3-1
leg.
to the 4, and
Robert
he is
Thornton.
charged up for the occasion. And although, of course, he has that wiggle room now, psychologically, you don't want to have that defeated streak going into the semi-finals up to the 16s corridor to seal a 4-1 success.
74. Robert your car 64.
To really lay down a marker to the rest of the field as we edge closer towards the semi-finals. It is
Game,
all
shot,
reliable,
and a match.
which seals the
Robert
win
Thornton.
for Robert Thornton. He will be the player at the top of Group 1. He is undefeated in his pool stage action, and look at what it means to him. He is super charged up for the evening's action.
Game
the
shot on
double
the third
two
leg.
and does get
Chaz Barstow.
the hold of throw. And it was a 21 darter from Richie Howson in leg 1 to break, and that was a 21 to hold for Barstow.
43. Richie your car 41.
The winnings here is to have the advantage of throw against Matt Clark in the second of our semi-finals, and if Howson can find this double 16, he'll be a leg away from
Game
doing
shot on the
exactly
fifth
that.
leg.
And
Richie
3-2 he
Howson.
leads, and now has the throw to seal the game, to seal the deal, to seal the win.
Of course.
Maybe they're on a collision path. Double 8 for Howson, which will
Game
make
shot
him
and a
the
match.
man at the
Richie
top
Howson.
of Group 2. He gets the better of Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 2.
So that's what's happened in the group games, and now we'll bring you live action from the semi-finals and final. The winner, of course, picking up £5,000 and getting a place at Champions Week. Here's a quick recap of the results from those group matches. Robert Thornton in Group 1, winning both of his games 4-2 and 4-1 against Clark and Haynes respectively. Clark's win against Haynes putting through alongside the Thorn, and Richie Howson also won both of his matches, but Chaz Barstow beat Darryl Fitton 4-0 to assume a place in the semi-finals. Right, we'll have a look at the tables just to get confirmation of the players that did go through. Thornton and Clark from Group 1, and Howson and Barstow from Group 2. And that means that the semi-finals will be played in this order. Robert Thornton, the winner of Group 1, playing the runner-up of Group 2, Chaz Barstow. Howson, winner of Group 2, playing Matt Clark. Right, without further ado, let's get Saturday's semis underway. Chris Mason and Henry Deacon will be providing commentary, and the first one is the two-time and reigning World Seniors champion Robert Thornton, looking for his first win at this venue against the Prince of Winchester, Chaz Barstow.
Thank you very much, Chris. A very good evening, everyone, and welcome to the semi-finals of Week 6 here at the MODUS Super Series. It sees Robert Thornton in action, the man who's looking to claim a first title under this roof, up against Chaz Barstow, a man who had so much success in Southampton. He is also looking for his maiden honour here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Robert Thornton, who won the World Senior Championship last month at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet, he's looking to head to the World Seniors Champion of Champions event this time next week. He could be taking on the player he beat in that final and is playing in the first round next week in Richie Howson. He's in semi-final 2 against Matt Clark. But for Chaz Barstow, well, he put in a barnstorming performance to open up his campaign for the evening, a 101.90 average and a 4-0 success against Robert Thornton. As for the form, well, he defied an average of 101 to get the better of Johnny Haynes in his second group match. He kicked off the night with a 4-2 win against Matt Clark. Paul Hinks is your referee, and Chris Mason is with me in the comms box.
Thank you, Henry. And what a lineup for the semi-finals we have, and isn't it great? Have the crowd back after a few technical issues last week with the cellar.
60.
Meant we sadly couldn't have a crowd in, but if you want to join us, you can join us next Saturday.
60.
Free of charge. Just head over to dartshop.tv, book your ticket, turn up at 6:30 and come in and enjoy a night of darting delight here at the Super Series down in Portsmouth.
134.
Yeah, and it's out into the auditorium in that little bit of a break that we've got between the group stages and coming live with you here on Sporty Stuff TV, and it's a really good atmosphere. Everyone was commenting as well. The crowd really getting into proceedings tonight, but in a good way. Thornton getting stuck into this semi-final, doesn't have to go for the ball, but elected to, and wasn't far away.
The line was absolutely perfect, marginally over-pitched. Going to go for the 180, of course. 140 leaves.
Well,
the 180 leaves 120.
17 double four. We've seen them already do this tonight. Now twos.
23. Shazilkar 120.
This would be an early blow. And this is awkward. You can see having to move.
60. WK 2.
So annoying when that dart pitches under, especially when your darts sit up like Barstow's.
Game shot on the first leg. Robert Thornton.
He holds, and you can see how revved up Robert is. He is desperate to win one of these and pick up the 5,000, but more importantly, qualify for Champions Week. Joining us for the first time. We have
140.
12 qualifying weeks with 12 players involved each week. Weekly winners get 5,000.
96.
When we get the 12 weekly winners, week 13 is Champions Week, where all 12 winners return to battle it out for a first prize of £20,000. Over £1 million in prize money and appearance fees.
95.
All the players.
And we'll look to emulate Conan Whitehead and Raymond Smith in picking up those respective
43.
checks.
Yeah, they were Series 1 and Series 2 winners.
78. 125.
Nearly a second max. All support for both players. Crowds as always here, very fair.
125. Chazilkar 93. Game shot on the second leg. Chaz Barstow.
Great response from Barstow. 14 dart hold.
And levels us up at one apiece in this semi-final. I think when we knew that this was going to be the fate of the semi-finals, this was the match that jumped out the page.
60.
Well, you always felt this one had the potential to be a good match. The rhythm and tempo of the game
100.
suits both players like to get on with it. Familiar side on sight of the Thorn.
140.
And a familiar 140.
His third of the game so far. Barstow of the match is only max.
29.
And the game's only 29.
$95.
Went through that spell, didn't he, in 2021, Chaz Barstow, where he was probably the best player outside the 128 and maybe after the end of 2022. He may have used this experience to try and get himself back up to that kind of level, which we saw a couple of years ago when we started off in Southampton.
Well, that culminated with an appearance at the World Championships, didn't it? Where he almost looked like he was going to produce a huge shock when he won the opening set against
59, Robbie
Michael van
O'Connor,
Gerwen.
68.
That was about as good as it got for him on that occasion.
48.
Robert will be back. There's Barstow, even halfway through the leg.
He's going to make inroads now. He's going to put pressure on the 20, all right.
He did this at the back end of leg 1.
Game shot on the third leg, Robert Thornton.
But just like leg 1, it proved academic. Thornton halfway there, leading 2-1.
Knockout darts now in the semi-finals.
Fourth leg chance to throw first. Game
Following
on.
this one will be Richie Howson against Matt Clark.
134.
Chad's bringing a lot of, shall we call it, home support
98.
with him in there, making it very vocal. We can actually feel 1 or 2 vibrations on the commentary box. We're just to the back of the playing arena.
60.
Matt Clark looking to win his second weekly title here. In 2 attempts.
85.
He'd reached the final of Series 2 and only beaten 4 legs to 3 to Raymond Smith.
81.
Love to go one better.
100.
Qualified through to Champions Week. It wasn't an easy assignment either when he had to get the better of Kevin Painter.
That's never easy.
85.
No doubt we'll see the artist here soon. We haven't seen him yet in this phase. I'm sure we'll get a glimpse
96.
of the former Players Champion soon.
Yep, KP will be back.
97. Robbie O'Connor, 122.
Single or treble? Treble leaves 77. Oh,
Game
this
shot
is
of the
superb
fourth
from
leg.
Robert Thornton.
Robert Thornton.
And he knows the significance of that moment as he breaks the throw with Chaz Barstow to put him a leg away from the final.
Total dominance at the moment.
Fifth leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Barstow's problem isn't hitting a double, it's getting to one. He's had 1
59.
dart at a double and hit it.
And this is where sometimes the stats could be a little bit of an anomaly because, yes, he's got
57.
2 180s in this match, but both of them effectively been dead cat 180s when he's been away behind in the leg and he's almost just getting one just to keep tabs of Thornton, who was left on a double to win the leg.
96.
All about the timing, isn't it?
59.
What was it Bobby used to say? Scores for show, doubles for dough.
$36.
Just thinking about the winning line, maybe.
$57.
Just had a message from our commentary colleague Glenn Dunn, who's tuning in
95.
tonight. The most resplendent fireplace in world darts.
Expected him to be out.
134.
Eating his second Parmo of the week. Nice glass of Sauvignon or similar.
100.
He was part of that show in Scarborough, wasn't he, last night?
Ah, yes.
55. Robbie O'Connor,
Do a lot
115.
of shows there, don't they? Scarborough.
The Spa, isn't it? Just on the seafront. This is for the match for Robert Thornton for a place in the final.
Game,
And
shot, and the
Thornton
match.
is one
Robert
step closer
Thornton.
to that elusive weekly win here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He gets the better of Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 1. And look what it means to the Fawn. He is 1 game away from capturing that £5,000 prize and that place at Champions Week. He does so with a 4-1 success against Barstow, averaging 92.23, 2-ton plus checkouts en route, that 1-2-2 which really changed the game, and that 115 to win the game. So Thornton through to the final, Barstow departs, and after the break we'll see who he faces. It could be a repeat of the World Seniors final between Richie Howson and him, or Matt Clark. It could be a repeat of the group stage encounter next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Live darts, 6 days a week, 50 weeks a year, available to watch around the world on YouTube, here in the UK on Sporty Stuff TV, and here in Portsmouth at the venue. Tickets available from dartshop.tv for any of our finals nights. And Chris, we're deep into this one now. Robert Thornton has just made the final, and he looks like a man on a mission, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks determined. That's as hyped as I've seen Robert Thornton outside of winning big majors. But I think it's something that he just wants to tick off and qualify for Champions League. No longer a tour card holder, of course, so this kind of money is big to him.
Yeah, 4-1 win, as we can see there, against Chaz Barstow. That followed a 4-1 and a 4-2 win in the group stages, so really in hot form.
Yeah, and I mean, that was he's been dominant all night, hasn't he? And that was a real dominant performance against Chaz Barstow. You can only look at the fact that Barstow only got one dart double in the whole match. Yes, he hit it, but didn't create enough chances.
Yeah, it means it will be one of the senior stars winning the title tonight, Richie Howson and Matt Clark getting through to the other semi-final. Just a word on Matt Clark, because we saw the highlights from the group stage a little bit earlier. He always seems to come back from seemingly the dead, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he's very methodical, and he's rock solid. He's a very measured thrower. You might not see him have the big 110 Barstow type averages, but he is really, really hard to beat. He's a proper grinder.
Yeah, well, it's not all just about one night here at the MODUS Super Series. The players battle it out all week to get here to finals night. And it's time now for our weekly checkout competition. So the checkout of the week. Take a look at these. Well, Chris will talk through them. Robert Thornton with a brilliant 1-2-5 against Richie Howson earlier in the week.
Yeah, to make it 2-0, and it was a key win against a tough player. So, not for me the best of the week, although this was tidy, and this was to put him in a real dominant position against John Nelson. This was lovely with Stafford sat on 41. Looking to hold, and the rarely seen double 17.
Yeah, it's good that he got an honourable mention as well, because he missed out on legs one. Lee Cox actually missed out on leg difference, not once but twice.
This was a beauty, because look how far left he had to move to find the angle to get the dart in the bullseye.
And Barstow, he might have just bowed out, but he's got a little souvenir to take away, a 160 checkout against Neil Duff, the WDF World Champion, of course, who didn't manage to make it through. So they are the ones to pick from. Tweet in who you think wins the checkout of the week at MSS Darts. Go on then, Mace, we'll let you have a pick. Who do you think is the checkout of the week?
I think the 1-3-5, just because of the difficulty involved. The 25 to leave the 110 was across the target, so had to move a long way left, and that takes some skill.
Yeah, it really does, and we've seen some fantastic finishers all this week.
Wasn't as good as my 1-3-2, but
you would get that in. I was just about to say, we've been celebrating the best moments here at the MODUS Super Series, because it is our 2-year anniversary. We saw yours, Henry's, and mine earlier on this evening. A little trip down memory lane for those who watched on YouTube with Paul Nicholson as well. Just note that I said you winning was one of them, and Henry didn't mention that.
Checks in the post.
Yeah, and I believe you've got cake in the commentary box as well.
We have got cake. I'm not sure we're going to get time to eat it.
And Henry's got a gift, more on that later on as well. But yeah, we've really enjoyed celebrating the MODUS memories with you. Do carry on tweeting in your favourites. But we're now going to turn our attention to the future and have a look at next week's players, because we really do have a fabulous field. And a couple of them are actually in the audience tonight, Chris.
Yeah, John Parr and Steve West, who are both on debut here next week, decided to pop down and just survey the venue and just get used to where everything is, where the toilets are, where the practice room are, and just the protocol of everything. I think that's a good sign of how serious they're taking it. There, Steve West, Willie Ball, and Kieran T, and Adam Hunt, John Parr, and Tony Wood, who was the ADC winner and qualifier for a second time. He returns. That's Monday's group. And then, of course, we've got Fallon in on Thursday and Friday, and well, it was a big day for her today, because she became the first lady in PDC history to hit a 9-darter.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Fallon Sherrick doing that. We just
and
saw
David Brzezowski had a lovely run as well today to the quarterfinals over there in Germany.
Yeah, him and the likes of Pete Burgoyne been here and done good stuff before as well, haven't they? So really, I mean, it's going to be difficult enough to pick between 3 players tonight, but I might as well ask you to pick one from the 12 next week while we're talking about it.
Oh, I think Steve West might go well. I think this kind of format might suit him. The only thing is, the reason he didn't go to Q-Score this year, he's waiting for a hip operation, and that can give him quite a lot of pain, as I'm sure you could imagine. So fitness might be an issue, but I think the fact playing multiple games on one day would suit him normally.
Right, and tonight we've still got a semi-final.
But my tip, I think Fallon could win it. She's 12 to 1.
Steve West goes well, Fallon to win, interesting stuff. He mentioned the Challenge Tour as well. John Henderson, who won here recently, won a Challenge Tour event yesterday. Back to tonight, though, still a semi-final to go. Which way is that one going to go, Howson against Clark?
I don't know. I think it's got 7 legs over it, all over it. You know, I'm not normally one for splinters, but I probably just about side with Matt Clark because how recent it was that he won a week here.
What would be very interesting, though, wouldn't it? Robert Thornton and Richie Howson played the World Seniors final. They're going to play in Blackpool in the quarterfinals of the Champion of Champions. Yeah, a week today. So it would be quite a nice finale if that were to be the case.
Yeah, and exactly. They only met a matter of weeks ago in the final of that World Seniors. So they're two players that know each other's game inside out, and I'm sure Richie Howson will be thinking about that because he'll want revenge.
Yeah, well, they are completing their preparations. Did mention we had a couple of players in the audience tonight. You just got a glimpse of Andy Jenkins, Steve West as well, who's playing next week, as is John Part. And I did manage to catch up with the 3-time world champion a little earlier this evening. John Part, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. First time here. How excited are you about being here and playing in next week's action?
I'm pretty excited. I really like the opportunity to sort of get some real practical exercise. It's not an exercise, it's a competition, and but you do get to play a lot of darts in this format, and you can get a second chance or two maybe, but that's not really why I like the round robin. I want to throw a lot of darts, play a lot of games, and you know, I'd like to win, really. I mean, why wouldn't you?
It's a kind of different setting as well, isn't it? What's your first impressions of the actual venue?
Yeah, the venue's interesting, a bit historic in a way, but yeah, I like the way it's all been set up. It's been done with this purpose in mind. Purpose-built venue is always a better one in my mind, and yeah, so it looks great. You know, we have a lot of advantages to this format as players to just be in our comfort zone, be ready to play, and have a good crowd.
Where's your game at the moment? What can we expect come next week?
Yeah, I don't know what I expect, really. I have just lately. I played a long format tournament back home last Sunday, and I played, I think I won 16 sets of best-of-3 format, and probably lost 5, but I still didn't win the tournament. But I played a lot of darts, and I think that I'm at a place where my scoring's good. And that's always been one of my issues in my later years. The last few years, you need to get opportunities to win, and I think I'm giving them to myself now.
Have you had a chance to look at your group, see who you're playing against next week?
Yeah, I thought it looked pretty healthy when I had the first glance, and certainly I got an old pal, Steve West, in there who I know very well. There was a number of years on tour where we warmed up every day together for a good hour or two, so it'd be interesting to see where he is and where I am now.
Yeah, and Willie Borland, of course, who hit
well, yeah. I hope he doesn't 9 me. If I won't let it get to a deciding leg, so that he can't do that.
And the possibility, of course, later in the week to take on Fallon Shebrick, who herself hit a 9-darter at the Challenge Tour.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'd like to avoid that and win by Wednesday, and then I can maybe only have to do it Saturday night. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
That's my plan. Avoid Fallon.
Yeah, well, we'll look forward to it. Whether you win on Wednesday, hope to see you here on Saturday next week. Enjoy Saturday tonight, and we'll see you next week.
Thanks, Chris.
Cheers, mate. Great to hear from the great man, John Part, who will be in action next week. He'll be hoping to be in action this time next week. But now it is time for the second semi-final. Richie Howson taking on Matt Clark. Howson looking to join Robert Thornton in a repeat of the World Seniors final in the decider. Matt Clark, though, he's never failed to make finals night, and he's never failed to make the final. Will that continue? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, Matt Clark looking to make it through to a third Super Series final in 3 attempts. Richie Howson looking to make it through to the red ribbon occasion for the very first time. Both his previous efforts when it's come to Saturday night's finale has ended at the first hurdle. So already he is in uncharted territory when it's come to this competition, in Portsmouth at least anyway. But for Matt Clark, he'll be looking to hang his hat in a familiar home, and that is to play for the £5,000 top prize. And they know that it's going to be Robert Thornton, the man they are going to face if they are to win that big cheque, which will be presented by the man sat next to me in a few games' time.
Yeah, it's, well, you can make a case for all three, I suppose, but the way Thornton has gone about his business tonight.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First ladies, Richie to throw first.
Obvious favourite.
Game on.
Plenty can happen between now and then. First things first. Let's find out who he's going to face in the final.
Well, this isn't too bad a start, is it?
123.
Well, these two have a little bit of history because Richie Howson beat Matt Clark in the final qualifying event for the World Seniors Championship. And because of that, it stopped Matt Clark from being in the provisional
97.
ranking spaces for the Circus Tavern. And that was the reason why Andy Jenkins then sealed his place via the ranking order of merit into the World Seniors Championship.
140.
So Howson done them both.
Andy Jenkins, who is in the crowd tonight. But luckily, he won't hear that comment, at least now, anyway.
95.
Oh, already, Richie Howson with a 21-point lead in the leg, plus these. That beautiful style of stacking.
140.
Good example of that there. Who do you fancy for next week? As me and Murph were just discussing that up on the balcony.
Yeah, we had a little look at the odds, didn't we? In that little bit of a period we had between the group stages and the semi-finals. And Kieran Tierney at 9-1. The experience of winning here, I think, could be decisive in a group where we're going to see a few debutants. I know we saw Adam Hunt before, but Winnie Borland on debut, Steve West on debut, John Part on debut. But then again, Fallon Sherrick, usually when she's placed in a Group B, she goes through. And then also you look at the form guide. She's hit a 9-darter today. She had an average in and around the ton region as well today.
Yeah, and beating Max Hopp, a
57.
big player.
Richie McCarr, 58.
She will come in to Thursday and Friday full of beans. Could well be the surprise package at 12s.
Don't rule out David
Game shot on the first leg
in Group C.
Richie Howson.
Yes, he's had a good couple of days over in Germany.
That's a good start for Richie Howson. The regulation 15 leads
Second
1-0 against Clark.
First, game
Often
on.
have you said that this week about Richie Howson? Yeah, the reason I mentioned Steve West, if he can manage that injury, he's a player
99.
last year. Still, we've seen glimpses of what he is capable of. On his day, a serious player, of course, playing the system we do over the
100
Group A and then Group C and Group B. I think that may suit him. I think it mentally may suit him. You just come off of a good few years of playing in the Pro Tour, which is so unforgiving.
134.
All knockout darts, of course, with the exception of the slam. It'll be a refreshing change just to know. Okay,
100.
I've lost that one. I can come back, go again.
What else has slipped my mind is the fact that you look at some of them walk-ons. Now, we're not allowed to have walk-ons for copyright reasons on the YouTube stream, but think about the crowd before the finals get underway. Even like the likes of John Part, even if they
58.
don't qualify, just getting those walk-ons. And
Yeah, we should be doing a players' parade on finals night. I think it'd be a nice opportunity, a nice photo opportunity. Make a nice bit of TV, wouldn't it?
140.
Part of that crowd experience. You could be a part of the crowd experience, and everyone here this evening, I was having a little bit of a chat whilst you were upstairs with Merv on the balcony, and they're really enjoying their evening here
42.
at the Live Lounge at Portsmouth. You could be a part of it as well.
161.
Dartshop.tv, the place to get your complimentary tickets every single Saturday night to see some blockbuster darts.
Well, they've seen some tonight already, haven't they? Big finishes, ball finishes, 180s.
95.
100 plus average from Charles Barstow. There has been some great numbers tonight. Averages of 91.05, 90.52, 97.89, 96.47, 101.9,
136.
101.13 in defeat
Richie
for
Howson, 66.
Johnny Haynes. 97.11, 89.87. Top quality tungsten.
Game shot on the second leg.
Oh,
Richie
that's
Howson.
what that was, Henry.
Oh, was it a 15? Average is 100.2. He's done it back to back.
Richie to throw first.
He's now halfway there.
Clark with a scoring average of 93.33, and that's not enough to get a dart at a double.
100.
Matt Clark, who in his last group game against Johnny Haynes had a 97.89 average. Now, he's had the longest gap you can have as a player on finals night, because he played game 3 of the evening against Johnny Haynes, and that was probably roughly, probably finished around about 8:30, and he's had to come back on stage at around about 25 to 11, so he has had a distinguished gap. But no, it looks as if it's beginning to affect him now as he kicks off leg 3 of a max.
100.
Effectively like playing almost a second session, really, when you've had that long a gap.
Yeah, you have to get yourself back up again. Yeah, that adrenaline coursing through.
57.
Of course, that'll be different to the rest of the week, because traditionally here at the Super Series, you'll be playing one game, maybe a couple of games off, back on, game off, game on, and you're constantly going on and off the stage. Now you've got that gap, and even though you're used to it in competition play, because you've been playing that on-off format all week, it can be a bit of a difference for you.
Yeah, you can sometimes have a little bit too much thinking time. Well, Richie Howson's average is 100. His last 3 visits in the scoring phase of leg 3.
58.
3 tons.
The moniker of consistency.
Normally, that wins the day. May go bull here. 25 leaves 96.
100.
Left a 2-darter. He'd at least hit the ball. A 25. The ball's a bonus.
We could be on course for the perfect 15-dart leg. We don't see this often. This is a darting
94.
anorak's dream.
101.
Yeah, this is very old school. This is very 80s. 4 tons and a 101 out. 57 for 24 or 45 for 36.
85.
Well, the traditional 15 was off after the first dart because he needs the treble 20 and he had to go 1 tops.
Yeah. Matt Clark has to take this out. Well, Richie Howson thinks it's in. He's nodding, expecting the worst.
92. Richie Howson.
That's a rare double drag low.
It's his first dart at a double in the match.
Is he going to be punished? 1 left at double 4.
8. Mario Kart 20.
It's a rare second opportunity against Richie Howson. One which you feel Matt Clark has to take. This would be for a break back as well.
Game shot on the third leg. Matt Clark.
180 in the leg and a 16-dart break of throw, but 4 darts. My apologies. 3 darts for 3-0.
Fourth leg match to throw first.
Richie Howson.
Game on.
At the tide turner in this second semi-final here at the Super Series.
69.
Relieved to have found the trouble there, because that would have been a disastrous start to the leg, and offering up the break back to Richie Howson instantly.
100. $140.
See how he picked that spot of the 60 and just placed it in. He's one of the most measured players we've had here.
55.
Every single dart has got to have a purpose, has got to have a meaning. He's not going to throw a dart for the sake of throwing a dart. It has got to be perfect in the hand. It's got to be aimed perfectly to where he wants to get to.
134.
Every single dart is its own individual event. It is treated its own individual standpoint. It's not one of those where sometimes you see a player rush a third dart and they'll just we'll go downstairs. Why not? Everything is its own individual event.
158.
He's got 6 darts here to bring it back to 2 apiece in this semi-final. All about the setup from here.
Leaves a ton.
78.
60 with the left tops. Back for the 80. Can Howson load that 80 with pressure? That's in.
100.
Yeah, it was.
Mario Kart 80.
Clark should get a dart at tops to level this game at 2 apiece. Howson waiting back on 106, which we know from the evidence of his play this week is very makeable, very gettable. And so it's 1 dart at tops.
60.
And it's the
Richie
second time in this game
106.
that he's dragged one below on the top region of the board. 106 for Howson. And he should get a dart now.
Oh, he's missed the big 14 for 32.
90. Mario Kart 20.
Absolutely disastrous for Richie Howson. Yeah, shake of the head. Not just a lack of concentration. You can sometimes take those big
Game
numbers
shot on
for
the
granted.
flag. Mark Clark.
Mark Clark didn't take the opportunity for granted. Back-to-back 16 dart legs.
Well, Richie Howson has
Richie
had
to
the
throw first.
opportunity
Game
to
on.
win every single leg in this match. He could be off the board, off the occupy now, but Matt Clark has taken the opportunities when they've come his way. 2 darts at double
60.
10, has levelled this game at 2 apiece when Howson was in a position of authority when 2-0 up.
And he starts leg 5 with a 60. This is the time to punish. In a best of
93.
7 race, a race to 4. This is always the key leg, especially if you don't have the darts, because a break here means the very next leg you get the opportunity to serve it out.
100.
Is Matt Clark on the verge of doing it again? Not just has he qualified for every single finals night he's ever played at the Super Series, he has made the final of every single finals night he has played at the Super Series.
He doesn't do it the easy way, does he?
140.
Well, this miraculous run that he's on here in this tournament may not have even been a thing. He had to take out a 156 checkout to beat Colin Monk 4-0 in a Group B match.
140.
Otherwise, we wouldn't even be talking about this record. Could have been talking about Mike Norton in this record.
Yeah, he was the unfortunate player on that occasion. We've seen a few this week, haven't we? Lee Cox, Sam Kankit.
$58. $60.
Not enough.
Thank you. 45. Richie Howson 141.
Not left to finish. So 6 darts for Howson to hold and move within 1 himself.
What about the setup play from here?
30.
Are the players just starting to feel the pressure? They are both 2 legs away from a place in the final, and then 4 legs away from 5 grand.
And suddenly that hubbub of noise around the live lounge has just descended a little bit more into a hush.
Richie Howson 111.
We've had Nelson here this week. How about you, Howson? 417. Doesn't get it.
48. Matthew Howson 107.
Well, from 141 6 darts ago, he's only found himself on 63. And so Clark here, can he find a ton topper to break the throw again, to lead 3-2, and to go within a leg of a 3rd final here at the MODUS Super Series? He takes aim at double top.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
That
Mark
is
Clark.
class to turn the screw in this semi-final. Richie Howson had 3 darts for a 3-0 lead. They came and they went. Matt Clark is now a leg away with the darts from a 3rd final here at the Live Lounge.
The biggest finish in the world.
Thank you.
Well, that was a big shout for Richie as Matt Clark was throwing. They don't want none of that.
60.
We're better than that here at the Super Series. Yeah, it wasn't the biggest finish in the world, the 107, but it could prove to have been the game changer in this one.
It's the impact rather than the numerical value.
$140.
Well, before this semi-final, we said, would there be a date of destiny between Howson and Thornton? Well, as things stand, it looks set to be Matt Clark, who could well be making a bit of history. If he wins this semi-final, he gets the better of Robert Thornton. He'll be the first player to play it 2 Champions Weeks in this new incarnation. Now, Graham Usher had qualified for 2, then went on to win a tour card, so is ineligible to play in the 2nd of those Champions Weeks.
Clark's to lose from here. 6 starts at 161. A place, a date with destiny against the seniors, the back-to-back seniors world champion.
97.
Match play seniors champion.
The opportunity to avenge that defeat Howson laid upon him, which stopped him from qualifying for the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern. And so it's going to be the 54. Corridor of 16s for Matt Clark to seal his place in the final, to make it a hat-trick of finals in this competition. It's going to be 2 darts at double 8.
Game
and Superman makes the money match once again at the Super Series. 3 times he has played in this competition. 3 times he has made the Saturday night final. He qualified for Champions Week last time. He is 1 win away from doing exactly the same again. For Richie Howson, the Saturday night voodoo here continues. Defeated by 4 legs to 2 by Matt Clark with a really good performance, 92.74 the average. 4 out of 8 on the doubles, and that 107 which turned the screw to put him 3-2 up in that semi-final. So our final is set fair. It's going to see Robert Thornton take on Matt Clark for the £5,000 top prize and the 6th place at Champions Week. The field will be halfway to being completed when we return after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where just the money match remains here on week 6 of Series 3. And it's a really intriguing, interesting final. Robert Thornton taking on Matt Clark, who came back from 2-0 down in that semi there.
Yeah, it was some performance, and both players producing ton-plus finishes at key times to eventually dominate the opponent. But that was a big win for Matt Clark.
Robert Thornton has looked like a man on a mission all evening, but Matt Clark has this kind of ability to grind out victories and grind his opponents down.
Yeah, and the tempo won't suit Robert, as we've seen tonight. He likes to really get on with it, and playing Matt Clark's tough. He takes all the rhythm out of a game, and of course he can play well. And looking at all their stats going into it, their running averages here at the Super Series, very similar, but experience, maybe previous form against each other, will play its part.
Yeah, Robert Thornton leads the head-to-head between them 7-1, including that win in the very first match of the evening. It'll also be the last match of the night for this week at the Super Series. But before we have a final word with Chris Mason on the final, let's give you the result of our checkout of the week competition. We showed you a few brilliant checkouts. Here was who you voted as the winner.
Lee, take out the 135. Ball. Trouble 20. That's why they go this way. Leaves the ball.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
How about that?
Wow. What a finish under serious pressure there. He was in danger of going 3-1 down.
A brilliant ball for a severely blocked Cox. Brilliant finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, even Darryl appreciated that one. He realised the difficulty of that shot.
Yeah, get in touch as well at MSS Darts with all your MODUS memories, anything that you want us to discuss, anything you want us to do for content in the future. We're very active here. We enjoy your kind of interaction, so do stay in touch with us on social media. But back to tonight for the final, Chris. I'm going to have to put you on the spot.
I did think Thornton's looked unbeatable tonight, and at times has been unplayable. Every aspect of his game seems to be there, the 180s, the ton-plus finishes, and of course he's unbeaten tonight, and that winning mentality and momentum may be key.
Just had word that Matt Clark has won the bull in the practice room. Does that change anything for you?
Yeah, of course. In a race to 7, it's a case of 4 holds. Sounds easier than it is, but yeah, of course, having the throw is a massive advantage in a short race.
And look,
but it comes with its pressure as well.
You've been here, you've done it, you've won a week, you've got through to a Champions Week. This is incredible from Matt Clark, isn't it? That the way he's come back to get to the final in all 3 weeks he's competed.
Yeah, outside of Champions Week, he's unbeaten. And he was only beaten in a last leg decider by Raymond Smith. So, yeah, for some reason, this just fits with his game. And again, he's consistent, he's measured, doesn't waste a dart, and he's tough to play.
And the one negative here for Robert Thornton, I think, we'll see what you think about this, is that he's been in this position a few times and not managed to get over the line.
Yeah, but I don't think he's played as well going into this. When we've seen him on finals nights, he's just not got out the blocks quick enough. And as we know, even if you do sort of scramble through, if you've not played well, you don't have any confidence. And this is where momentum is a huge factor in these matches.
Players just finishing their preparation, in fact, are just making their way to the stage now. It's been a fantastic week here at the Super Series. We've really enjoyed your contribution, celebrating our 2nd birthday. Do you think this has a potential to be one of the matches of the last 2 years?
Yeah, as every ingredient. I think coming into tonight, it was one of the strongest finals night I can remember across the board, and it's not disappointed. I read out the averages towards the end of that semi-final, and they have been top draw.
We'll let you go down and enjoy it from the commentary position, where you will join Henry Deacon for the final of week 6. Robert Thornton against Matt Clark.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so here we go. At the conclusion of this game, we will know half of the field for the 3rd Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. Matt Clark has been there before. He was within a leg of picking up the £20,000 pot. Up against him, Robert Thornton, the 2-time reigning World Seniors champion, who is looking for his first weekly win under this roof. He mentioned this is his task to get to Champions Week. He's had his near misses before. He lost out to Peter Jakes in a final back at the onset of October. Matt Clark looking to get there for a second time. He beat Kevin Painter, World Seniors legend, in his final in the last series. Can he get past the man when it comes to World Seniors darts in Robert Thornton? And so 7 legs possibly will decide who that man will be, who will set forth into Champions Week. And when you have a look at the form guide tonight, Robert Thornton is the man to beat. A 91, a 97, a 92 is what he's posted in his 3 matches so far. And it was that 1-2-2, wasn't it, that really changed the tide of that semi-final. He had back-to-back ton-plus finishes to win his semi-final against Chaz Barstow. Whereas for Matt Clark, that 107 really did change proceedings against Richie Howson. Where is Mace's 50p?
Yeah, I can't ignore the fact that Robert Thornton has a 7-1 winning head-to-head record, and of course he has defeated
100.
Matt already tonight, and he did it fairly comfortably, 4-2 with a 91.05, and that despite missing 8 darts at a double. And when you break down all of their numbers going into it tonight, the big form
26
looks to be with Robert Thornton. And let's be honest, doesn't lose too many finals of late.
83.
Unbeaten, of course, in 2 years on the World Seniors Championships. And last year added the World Seniors match play.
Winning tournaments is what Robert
57.
Thornton has done to quite some degree over recent times. Outside the PDC 128, he is one of the best players
96.
in the world. This would be another proving of that particular statement if he can get over the line here and make it to Champions Week. And then we'll be halfway towards knowing the full Champions Week field at the beginning of May. And you'd already, in that, would have the likes of Owen Bates,
85.
Jenna Klassen, Robert Thornton, potentially, if he wins this one, would be in the field. Matt Clark would, of course, he's etched his way into Super Series legendhood if he can
52.
claim the prize here.
And what I like about Robert is he set his stall out and he said, right, he said, for me, it's the World Seniors events and the Super Series. Gave Q School a swerve to commit to that and commit to defending his
21.
title, which he
Robert Yukar,
did
170.
so well.
That's him who sizably got out the blocks, the better of the two.
28.
Oh, they were 3 real loose ones.
One out of them, 40.
Well, that's
Robert
just
Yukar,
ignition there for Matt
142.
Clark. It's been a slow opening leg for him. Thornton 142. And now he hasn't got that luxury of time.
$42. Matt Yukar, 130.
This will warm up, I promise you that. The finals are about winning, no matter how you do it.
58. Robert Yukar, 100.
Someone famously said you don't write averages on a trophy.
Well, the only numbers on there is how much
60.
you win.
Matt Yukar, 72.
Doesn't matter what you average if you're counting $5 in your bank account. Can we count on Clark to win the opening leg? That's another one of them. Just going to give himself a dart at tops.
52.
He's had a few that's dragged just below
40.
there tonight. And so Thornton returns. And this has been so friendly to him this week. But it won't this time.
35. Mario Kart 20.
Double trouble for both. Clark with an opportunity to hold that didn't look likely 20 seconds ago.
Game shot on the first leg. Matt Clark.
Well, he's a quarter of the way there. Wasn't a classic leg, but they all count the same.
Yeah, one of the 4 holds of throw he needs.
Second leg, Robert to throw first. Game on. One out of them, 40.
Yeah, this is the only game in the week where we pull off in the practice room, and Matt Clark won that.
Yeah, the semi-finals are decided. The winner of each respective group gets the honour. That's the reward of winning. That's our first max of the final.
1 out of them, 40.
Well, we said we've never seen it with an audience here at the live lounge. Both of Conor Heenahan's 9 darters have come behind closed doors, and Matt Clark will not get a step closer in this leg.
97.
He'll have a 9, but
1 out of them, 40.
priority for Clark is holding throw first and foremost, but a break would be a massive bonus. I think he'd need to match the 140 of Thornton just to apply a bit of pressure, and he's incredibly left himself 166. Was not thinking that.
Well, Thornton's had a brilliant leg in response. 3 140s on the spin.
Yeah, had
34.
Had Matt Clark left to finish there, he would have gone 12 ball, of course.
And so because of that slip into the 5, he will effectively burn a dart at his next visit. How costly is it going to be in terms of what Matt Clark can leave?
58.
He goes troubleless.
47.
Thornton here to level this game up at 1 apiece. This has been a good leg in response. It's going to be 2 at tops.
Game shot on the
I needed a 1, and level we are at 1 apiece.
Yeah, despite the max, it was a 14 dart hold for Robert, and that will make him feel a whole lot better.
Third leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
Opening leg was a stinker.
Cryer, come on, as that dart went in the double. He's been fired up all evening. He's had 1 objective,
58.
1 goal. And I think he's probably fed up of people like me and you talking about his record when it has come to finals nights.
43.
Yeah, Murph mentioned that up on the balcony, but I don't recall him ever, well, excluding the final so far, I don't recall him ever playing as consistently at a level on a finals night before. He read out his averages a little earlier.
137.
91.05, 97.11, 92.23.
45.
But against the darts, no one's seeming to find anything, it seems.
$84.
Matt Clark won't mind that because he's the man with the darts and the odd-numbered legs, but maybe this is more of a response from the Fawn.
121.
Audible hush around the live lounge in Portsmouth, knowing the importance of this match. Not just the £5,000 top
54.
prize for winning the week, but that spot at Champions Week, which is becoming one of the sought after products in the amateur game.
121.
Frustration there for Thornton was the dart that strayed into the one. That's prevented him from being on a finish, and thus giving this man 6 darts at 168.
96.
Oh, shot there. There's trouble 17 to leave tops. Maybe the pressure he's under is just
Mayuka, 72.
scrambling the mind temporarily. Pressure can do that. Two 12s. Double 3.
66. Mayuka, 71.
And so Thornton to attain the break of throw.
And take control. Double 10. Yep, it's in.
$51. Mayuka, 6.
Didn't need our words to explain how he felt.
Yep. Familiar cry of Robert. Certainly didn't expect a final like this.
$4.
So Thornton will return now for a second bite at the cherry to get the break, to open up a 2-1 lead and to really put the game in the palm of his hands. That's wild.
$10.
Doesn't normally mind double 5 because it's a neighbour of his favoured tops. The weight of dart isn't far off that of the dart at tops. But of course, like the double
Game shot
1,
on the
double
third
5,
leg.
fraught
Matt
with danger. Matt Clark somehow holds throw. He's 2 holds a throw.
4 flag Robert to throw first. Game on.
They're coming 49 darts.
26 and 23 darts, and sometimes when you've got a date with destiny,
125.
your name's on bot.
Maybe this will be feeling more like a piece of toast than a piece of cake.
Burnt toast at the moment.
More like a crumpet.
And the thing is, you'll both
45.
be aware how poor it is, and well, that becomes infectious. It's going to be down to who can shake it off first. Thornton
59
is absolutely raging. And if either one of them had played anywhere near their highlight performances just tonight, never mind the week, they'd be 3-0 up and cruising.
44.
I just hope Richie Howson and Chaz Barstow aren't watching this.
Yeah, they're just travelling still.
100.
Chaz is watching. He's just at the back of the auditorium. Maybe watching a final which could go all the way.
140.
Because even that 140 doesn't really make a dent in the fact that Robert's in full command of this leg.
Well, last time,
100.
Matt Clark, the only time he won his week, he won 4-0, didn't he? Against Kevin Painter in the final. So this is already new territory.
$59. Romeo Carr, 117.
For a level game.
And yet another
97.
That's not to be.
Not that it's going to matter this time because he is going to come back for the double 10. Although now, in terms of the doubles, it's 1 from 10 for the Fawn. he has had his opportunities. They have come and they have gone. He's going to be presented. Well, he's going to be presented with another chance here.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Robert Thornton.
Now 2 from 11. 18% at the doubles. But it's 2-2.
5th leg match to throw first. Game on.
On throw, Robert Thornton's average is 100. His actual average is 80. It just shows you how poor
60
he has been on the Matt Clark throw. That cannot continue, surely.
At some point, you just think that something's just going to click.
60.
Is he now trying too hard? Have we entered that territory?
$96. $81.
Still very much leg in the offing. A reminder of who these two will join at Champions Week. John Worsley, the winner of week 1. Owen Bates then went on to claim the title a week later. Jelle Klatten, the victor in week 3. And then we saw
99.
that magnificent performance from Scott Taylor a fortnight ago. 109 average and getting the better of Andy Bolton. And last week's champion was Mike Warburton, winning through against Connor Heenahan, who really lit up the place of that 9-darter, his second in this competition.
He missed double 12 for a
55.
A 9 in the final, didn't he? Expected Warby to have plenty of
59.
confidence going into last couple of days of Challenge Tour events in Germany, but not quite happened for him. 197. I'll find another treble.
127.
Cannot afford a poor visit.
$100.
Thornton here needs a couple of trebles. Simple as that.
85. Mario Kart 87.
So to go a leg away. That's a bit of a disaster. 84 left, and because he didn't find the treble,
71.
and he didn't have that last dart of the bullseye. So Thornton 93 to go over in a leg. This would be a break of throw now. He broke the throw in the semi-final against Chaz Barstow with a mid-range shot.
73.
But he couldn't do likewise on this occasion.
16.
And the hands behind the head tells you he knows how crucial that moment was as Clark returns to the hockey to go within a leg himself of Champions Week.
No score.
Wow.
Robert Yukar 20.
Like him, I can't believe that's not found the target. They're both, prior to this visit, 2 from 12 on doubles.
10. Matt Yukar 16.
Robert Thornton is now 2 from 15. They've missed 23 darts at a double between them.
Well, Thornton trudged to the back of the stage in disbelief.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Matt Clark.
But Matt Clark sees himself a leg away from victory, and it was almost half a hand of apology there. Don't need to do that in this scenario. You're a leg away from Champions Week again. And so Thornton has to hold to take us to a decider.
$100.
It's that issue against the darts again, which has been a problem for Robert Thornton. I mean, that leg was won in 23. He's won legs in this match. Matt Clark in 26, 23, 23.
180!
That would be ironic if he won it with a 9.
I'm up for that.
100.
He could. He might. He may well!
Answers on a postcard.
$41. Manuel Carr, 141.
This may well be the most miraculous finish to a game you may ever see. But he is not going to win the week on a 9.
He will finish the week on a high, though.
85.
He's left himself 56.
After 9 darts, he is oh so almost there, is Matt Clark.
45. Matt
2 darts
56.
away from the finishing line to get the job done. Matt Clark, 56 points away from Super Series glory. It's going to be 2 darts at double top.
$46.
But the chances, they come and they go. Thornton back on 215. He can only hit and hope
58.
from this scenario.
10.
2 5s for Matt Clark to return to Champions Week. He made it in Series 2. He is going to do likewise in Series 3. He said in celebration that'll do. Indeed it will. Superman. Well, Saturday nights is his super night. Robert Thornton couldn't be his kryptonite, and it is he who advances to the £20,000 Champions Week once again. He'll be the first player to compete in Champions Week twice by getting the better of Robert Thornton 4-2. It wasn't a classic affair in terms of the averages, but Matt Clark is into Champions Week once again. He just finds a winning formula in this format. Well, there is just one final thing to do, and that is to chat to our champion. It is Matt Clark, who is the Superman, and he's talking to our Superman, Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Henry. Well, Matt Clark, one question really. How do you keep doing this here at the MODUS Super Series?
I have no idea. I could go into the boring aspects that I do practice every day. There's no real leagues anywhere near where I live, so I play one night a week and Super League once a month. So I just practice at home. Henry gave me the inspiration because I would be the first person since it's happened since we moved here. So, yeah, thanks, Henry.
You've a couple of times in every time you've been here, you've nearly been out, but you've never not made it to the final, and you only lost out in the last leg at Champions Week. You must really like it here.
I think I might have to move to Portsmouth, to be honest. It's looking good. I think it's the environment. This is awesome. I said that on my very first day, with my first interview here, just with the first sort of environmental kind of control. I thought, this is fantastic. Who thought of this? They need a medal. It's great.
Well, we haven't got you a medal, but we have got you a cheque. So I'm just going to turn you around, bring you to the front of the stage, and Chris Mason is going to present that cheque. I'll grab that. If I just bring you to the front here, Matt, then you can hold that up. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of week 6, Matt Clark.
Thank you.
You can head off with that, Matt. Try and cash it. I'm going to have a chat with Chris Mason. We'll come back in
Monday
here,
morning,
Mace.
you can stick that in the bank.
We'll come back in here. Matt Clark, I was just talking to him. I mean, he's lost for words. Have you got some?
No, it was just a strange old game. At 2-2, the winning leg average for Thornton was 100, but on Matt Clark's throw, he just couldn't find anything, and that's the strange part of our game. It's not the first time we'll see it, and it certainly won't be the last. It's just part and parcel of our game, and neither player could really get going, and then from absolutely nowhere, back-to-back 180s, and we're thinking, well, this could be the most bizarre ending to a match we've seen.
Yeah, it's been our birthday week here at the Super Series. Hardly a piece of cake for Matt Clark.
No, more a piece of toast.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of fitting because he's suddenly become a Super Series legend the way he's been getting to the finals.
Yeah, 2 attempts, 2 wins, and his only defeat came in the last leg of Champions Week against Raymond Smith. So, yeah, for whatever reason, I think the environment suits him. I think the fact that the conditions, Monday through Friday, a little bit different, of course, on the Saturday night with the crowd in, but he loves that multiple game a day system.
He does, and we love the multiple match system here at the Super Series. We've really enjoyed the last 2 years, and year 3 starts again next week. Bright and early, Monday morning, Sporty Stuff TV at 9:30 a.m. and live around the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We've got some big names as well. Fallon Cherokee, a 9-darter. Steve West makes his debut. Willie Ball and the 9-dart king. Chris Mason will be in commentary. And we've also got a 3-time world champion in John Park. But once again, it is Superman who succeeds on Saturday at the Super Series.